Hello, my spookies. October is in full swing. The leaves are fluttering. The moon is watching. And the porch lights are flickering like they know something. Evil is coming. I'm your host and narrator, Henrique Couto. And while we do celebrate Halloween all year long here at WeeklySpooky, it's extra special in October. So to help you get in the spirit of the season, we've cracked open the WeeklySpooky vault for 9 terrifying tales of Halloween horror. Mischief in the streets, pumpkin-born curses, headless riders, graveyard games, Bayou flames, parties that end badly, and a late-night grocery run you will absolutely regret. So, dim the lights, get that candy bowl within eyesight, and let us do the rest. And remember, we'll be dropping another big spooky compilation next Tuesday. And of course, tomorrow, we'll have a brand new horror story for you to enjoy. So take a breath, lock the door, and let's begin.
Mischief Night, The Halloween Invasion by Shane Migliavacca. Happy motherfucking Halloween. Calm down, son. Sun swore in Korean before she kicked the van's flat tire. Why should I, Jade? We're stuck in the middle of nowhere on Halloween night with a blown-out tire and a gig we're supposed to be at. Actually, 2 blown-out tires, another voice added. This caused more swearing in Korean from Sun. Jade sighed, mumbling under her breath. Good one, Allie. Allie stepped around from the other side of the van. She was a short, bleach blonde with a style that contrasted her bandmates' mall punk couture. Now what the fuck do we do? Sun leaned defeated against the van. Jade, the lead singer of the Disposable Tampons, looked up and down the long stretch of road. Nothing but fucking trees. She pulled at one of her long brown curls. Sun, think your sister Bay would come get us? Jade asked, not feeling hopeful about the answer. Sun shook her head. She's got an art class tonight. Damn. How about the town we passed? Allie interjected. They gotta have a garage or something. Jade smiled. Brilliant. We'll push the van off the road, then hoof it to that town. The 3 girls got ready to move the van when they realized something. Aren't we missing something? Sun nodded towards the van. Or someone? Sun pulled the van's sliding door open. Wedged between the seats and the band's gear was a sleeping bag with a human-like lump inside. Sun knocked on the side of the van. Up and at 'em, Rosalinda. A groan came from the sleeping bag. What? We need your help, Roz. Roz opened the sleeping bag. What's up? Sun frowned. Really? You slept through the whole nearly going off the road thing? Roz slid out of the van. We crashed? Why? Tires blew out, Allie informed her. Fuck knows how. The shitty machine strikes again. Sun kicked one of the van's tires. Don't talk about my baby like that, Jade warned her. A fine mist settled over the ground as dusk fell. Roz yawned. Why are you always doing that? Sun asked. I'm tired. From what? Sleeping? Channeling the energies I do, it taxes my spirit. How about channeling us up a couple of tires? Allie looked over at Jade, who appeared to be deep in thought as they walked. Is the country supposed to be this quiet? Sun asked. Like we're the only ones that exist, Allie observed. Have you ever thought about that? Roz spoke up. Existing. I mean, right now, we can't see or hear anybody. Do they still exist? Or is it only when we can see them that they exist? No, I can't say I have, Jade answered. Sun looked at Roz. You high? All 4 girls chuckled. That's when they saw it ahead of them down the road. An old steel bridge large enough for 2 lanes of traffic, and nothing more. Beyond the bridge lay the town. They were a quarter of a way across the bridge when Jade noted how still the town looked. It was Halloween night. There should be some trick-or-treaters. A gust of wind blew across the bridge, bringing with it a sudden chill in the air. And something else. "What is that smell?" Sun said, pinching her nose shut. "Did somebody shit their pants?" "I think it's sewage," Allie said, making a face. "Maybe there's a treatment plant or something around here." The road led to the main drag of town. On the right was a diner. A paper cutout of a witch was taped up in the window. A banner hung over it, proclaiming, "Happy Halloween." Jade pulled open the diner's door. "You guys wait here." "No can do. I'm going in with you," Allie said. Sun looked up and down the empty street. "Shit, me too." The 3 girls entered the diner. Roz lingered alone for a second before following them. Inside, country music drifted through the uninhabited structure from somewhere behind the counter. Plates sat on tables, covered in half-eaten meals. For the briefest of seconds, Jade saw it. A figure standing in the semi-darkened kitchen. "Hey!" Jade called out, startling the girls and herself as she slid over the counter in pursuit. Her bandmates called after her as she ran into the kitchen. The kitchen was empty, save for her and a grinning jack-o'-lantern decoration hanging on the far wall. "What are you laughing at?" Jade asked, frustrated. "Jade, you better see this." Jade leaned over the counter. "What?" Allie pointed out the large front window where a group of people stood in a straight line on the street, their features hidden in the dark shadows of the night. Oh shit. They stepped forward in unison. The one closest to the door peered into the diner, tilting its head as it studied them. Its green eyes shone in the darkness. "Oh fuck," Sun uttered. "What is that? Really good Halloween costume?" Allie queried. Through with its study, the once human thing punched through the glass. The girls jumped back, shrieking. "Back here! Back here!" Jade screamed. The 3 joined her in the kitchen, quickly arming themselves with cooking implements. The thing crunched broken glass under its foot as it stepped through the broken door. "What do you want?" Allie asked. "We don't want any trouble." It turned towards them. Its mouth opened wide as it let out an unearthly bellow, causing the nearby windows to vibrate and shatter. "Okay," Jade said. "Now we run." The band burst out of the diner onto a cluttered back alley. At the end of the alley stood more of the former townsfolk, forever watching them. Sun hefted a cleaver. "Let's fight these assholes." "We don't know what they want," Roz said. "They could be trying to communicate with us. They might be possessed by something. Maybe they're body snatchers or some shit," Sun added. "That guy in the diner didn't look so hot. What if they have some kind of virus?" Allie offered. The townspeople started down the alley towards them. Jade was just about to begin the fight when she saw it. A rusty fire escape ladder. "Up there," she motioned to the others. "I think it's our best bet." There was no disagreement from the others as they pulled down the ladder and made their way up as the strangers closed in. On the roof, the girls took a moment to rest. "Think those fuckers can climb?" Sun asked, spitting over the edge of the roof. Jade looked at the throng below. "Think we can sneak out of here?" "Well, we can't make it to the bridge. There's too many of them between here and there," Allie observed. "Maybe we should call the cops," Roz said. Sun scoffed at the idea. And tell them what? A whole town has gone wacko? Roz shrugged. Worth a shot. Jade stepped forward. Do it. Allie, keep a watch on our friends. Sun pulled out her phone. She looked at Jade. What the hell do I tell them? Jade pondered the question for a moment. I don't know. Tell them it's terrorists. Sun made a face. Terrorists took over the town? Yeah, basically, Jade answered. Sun punched 911 into her phone. She was answered with a shrill electronic shriek. Hang it up! Hang it up! Roz pleaded. Sun fumbled with the phone before finally turning it off. Guys, Allie said. They're stirring down there. I think they heard that. Realizing they had no other option, the four snuck down from the roof and advanced down Main Street. Hugging the storefronts, they made it a few down when Sun stopped them in front of an auto shop. Look! She whispered enthusiastically, motioning inside. 2 dirt bikes sat against one wall of the garage. We could totally jet out of here, Sun whispered. Easy, breezy, beautiful. What if they don't work? Allie said. They're in a garage. What if they do? Sun shot back. Jade thought for a moment. Okay, we'll go for it. They entered through an unlocked office window, revealing the dingy garage. A man in overalls lay on the center of the oil-stained concrete floor. A strange green substance covered his upper torso. Think he's dead? Maybe he's taking a long break, Sun answered. As the girls examined the bikes, something fell in the far corner of the garage, causing the foursome to jump in fright. Duct tape rolled across the floor towards them. A boy stepped out of the shadows dressed in a Dracula costume. An overturned toolbox lay at his feet. Are you okay, kid? Jade asked. The child remained silent. Come here, kiddo. Allie beckoned him over. The boy stood, staring at them. Is that your dad? Sun asked, pointing to the man on the ground. Again, the child did not respond. Don't ask him that, Roz scolded. He could be traumatized. Screw this, Sun said, starting towards the boy. Come on, kid. She reached out towards the youth. The boy let out a deafening howl. Sun struggled against the sonic barrage, unaware that the prone man sat up next to her. Sun screamed as the man took hold of her shoulders. As this was happening, the boy advanced towards the distracted Sun. Jade wiped blood from her ears as her hearing started to return. The first thing she heard was Sun swearing. Hearing her friend in trouble, she grabbed a pipe wrench from the nearby table. Charging by her 2 still recovering friends, Jade swung the wrench, hitting the man in the side of the head as he tried forcing Sun to the ground. The blow landed with a wet crunch. The boy howled and lunged at Sun. His jaw expanded as green liquid dripped from his mouth. Sun kicked him away, sending him into the nearby tool bench. Sun stood and grabbed the wrench from Jade's hand. Motherfucking little shit, she grumbled as she swung at the boy. She cracked him in the head, causing him to spin around and spew green mucus all over the concrete floor. He stumbled around like a drunk before dropping to the ground. Oh, fuck, Sun gasped. I just killed that kid. Jade put a hand on her friend's shoulder. It's okay. Sun looked down at the man's body. Is he? Think so, Jade responded. They turned to their friends who were recovering from the sonic attack. You guys okay? Yeah, Roz answered. As Sun, Jade, and Roz moved the dirt bikes into position and gave them a quick check, Allie found a good view of the street from one of the windows. They definitely heard. We got strange assholes inbound, she reported back to them. Jade and Sun started the bikes up as Allie and Roz raised one of the garage doors. Jumping onto the backs of the bikes, the women roared out onto the streets as the townspeople closed in, trying to encircle the girls. Jade kicked one as Roz belted one over the head with a frying pan she'd taken from the diner. Suddenly, more of them came from the surrounding buildings. "There's too many!" Allie roared over the bike's engine. "Follow me," Sun said, pointing to a thinned-out area of the mob. She gunned her engine, plowing through a few of the horde, while Jade followed as Sun took off down a side street. Some of the people were running after them. "They're getting better," Jade said aloud. "What?" Allie asked. "Those people, those things, they're getting better at being people." When they'd been watching from the diner roof, they'd stumbled about and had trouble with the ladder. Now, they were running. Were they learning? Jade shivered. Just what the hell was going on? Sun stopped her bike next to a heavily wooded area. Jade slowed her bike, pulling up next to her. "Look," Sun motioned. "A path. Maybe it'll take us out of town, to a road or something." Roz stared into the darkness of the woods. She shivered and rubbed her arms. "Those woods, ancient, dark," Roz warned. "Feels like a storm in my head." She put a hand to her temple. "So much energy out there." Sun turned to Jade with a puzzled look. "Are you okay?" Jade asked. Roz nodded. "I will be. I just have to do a simple inspection first." She started to quietly chant. "I hope this spell is fast," Sun said, looking around. "Never know who'll show up." "Quiet," Allie said. After a few minutes, Roz stopped chanting. She looked at her bandmates. "It's fine now. We can enter." Jade shrugged. "Sure, fine. Whatever." They entered the woods, leaving their rides behind. The path was too dark and uneven to use the bikes safely. As they walked, the shadowy trees loomed over them on either side. The bare branches reached out for them from the dark, like the devil's trident. The wind gusted, and that strange, rotting smell assaulted their noses again. After following the path a while, it opened up to a clearing. The cold fall air was still once more. From the other side of the clearing came a familiar sound. "Is that?" Jade asked. Allie listened for a moment before answering. "It's Sting," she answered. Indeed it was. They crossed the clearing, heading towards the source of the melancholic singing. The trailer home came into view. Christmas lights hung from the trees surrounding the home. Sun stopped them. "Wait, it's a trap." "I don't know," Allie replied. "I don't think those things would listen to message in a bottle." "All the same, we'll move forward cautiously," Jade said. Their stealthy approach was quickly ruined by the happy bark of a German shepherd. The dog, tail wagging, ran up to the foursome. It barked again before trotting off to the trailer door to scrape on it with its paws. "God damn it, Clint!" a man hollered from inside the trailer. "I was taking a shit!" The trailer door swung open, and an older man in a beat-up bathrobe stepped out, holding a shotgun. He saw the girls and swung the shotgun around, pointing it at them. "Holy fucked up jumping shit! Some fucking guard dog you are, Clint!" "Don't shoot, mister!" Jade raised her arms. The other girls followed suit. "We're not monsters," Roz added. "Put your hands down." The old man looked at the girls. "Well, you can talk, and your faces aren't fucked up." He looked at the dog, who was licking Jade's hand. "Clint likes you, so I guess you're not with them commie Martians in town." "No, we're not," Sun grumbled. His eyes flicked from Sun to Jade, then Roz and Allie. "Who the fuck are you? The UN?" "We're a band," Jade said, ignoring his comment. "Our van broke down outside of town." "What the fuck is going on around here?" Sun blurted out. "Let's go inside," the man said. "We'll shoot the shit." "Sounds good to me. I'm Jade. These are my friends Allie, Sun, and Roz." He lowered the shotgun. I'm Gunnery Sergeant Dale Campbell, grumpy old bastard by trade. Were you in the Army? Allie asked. I was a goddamn Marine. We're the best there is. They followed him inside, Clint the dog happily tagging along. Inside the trailer was pretty much what Jade expected. A Marine Corps flag hung on one wall. On another was a gun rack. There were empty beer cans and whiskey bottles competing for space on the kitchen counter. Sitting next to a CD player on the coffee table was a signed picture of Linda Carter as Wonder Woman. Cozy, Son said, looking around. So, Mr. Campbell, you live out here? Jade asked. My dad was Mr. Campbell. Just call me Gunny, he said. Yeah, just me and Clint. You know about the town? Jade asked. Gunny went to the fridge and took out a beer. He held it out to Jade. Interest you in a Palantine? Jade hesitated. Don't worry, I don't give a fuck if you're 21 or not. Sure. She took the beer, cracking it open. He did likewise with the rest of the band, each of them accepting. Soon they were sitting around the living room of the trailer, listening as Gunny told them how Howard Phillips had found a strange rock buried on his property, one that turned out to be way larger than anyone could have guessed. That was maybe a week ago, Gunny said, taking a last pull from his can. But my memory ain't what it used to be, so don't quote me on this shit. He shook the can. Empty. Another one bites the dust. He got up and went to the fridge. Clint followed after him. I only go into town every couple of weeks for supplies, but I hear shit. Strange stuff started happening. People disappearing, others not leaving their houses. He cracked the new beer open. Then today I went into town. Fucked up shit was going down. People attacking other people. Puking green shit on them. I got my ass back here. Decided to get fucked off my ass before the world ended. Gunny raised his newly opened beer. Here's to the end of the world. Fuck that shit, Son spoke up. I have a sister, my mom and dad. If this shit gets out into the world... She shook her head. No fucking way. But what the hell can we do? Roz asked. You saw how many of those things there are. I don't think we can let those things leave town. They have to be stopped, Allie said before she turned to Jade. What do you think, boss? They'd been friends for as long as Jade could remember. They'd started the band together after listening to some punk rock compilation Allie's father had. She never failed to have some advice when Jade needed guidance. We gotta fight them, Jade decided. But we could die, Roz muttered. For nothing. At least we would have tried, Jade said. I understand if you don't want to go. Stay here. If we succeed, we'll come get you. Roz looked down at the floor. I don't know. Jade gave her friend some space, turning her attention to Gunny. How about you, old soldier? Gunny balanced an empty beer can on top of another one. Fuck. You asking me to go on some no-chance-to-succeed suicide mission, little lady? Yeah, basically. Fuck it. Let's kill us some commie Martians. Gunny pulled on his old bomber jacket. The jacket he'd worn the night he met Margaret, his now ex-wife. For once, he was glad Margaret and his daughter Jenny lived on the other side of the country. He opened the door to the bedroom and noticed Jade pacing. Hey kid, come here a sec. Yeah? Got something for you. On the wall behind the bed hung a katana. Jade's eyes lit up when she saw it. No shit. A katana? Really? For me? Gunny frowned. He looked down at the knife in his hands and then chucked it over his shoulder. Yep. All yours. He presented it to Jade. I got this when I was stationed in Japan after Nam. Take good care of her. Damn, Son complained. Why does she get an awesome sword? Don't worry, I got something for you. Gunny took a shotgun from the rack. He presented it to Son. This here is an under-over shotgun. He slapped it open, loading it. Works just like a regular shotgun, but one barrel is over the other one. She's got quite a kick. He handed the loaded shotgun to Sun. Think you can handle it? Sun looked at the gun in her hands. Yeah. Good. He handed her a box of shells. Just don't shoot me. He went over to the small kitchen table where Allie and Roz were making Molotov cocktails out of whiskey bottles. He sighed. A damn waste of fine whiskey. Jade was watching them prepare, a pensive look etched on her face. Gunny stood next to her. Ready for battle? I hope so, Jade replied. Got a plan? Jade made a face. Kind of. Works for me. Gunny's truck roared down the dirt road, kicking up dirt as the Bee Gees blared from the truck's stereo. The girls held on for dear life in the back. Sun hollered over the noise. I can't believe the dog gets to ride in the cab! They were headed to town. According to Gunny, the bridge was the only way in and out, save for trekking through the woods. If they could take out the bridge somehow, or block it, then they might stand a chance of stopping these things from spreading, if they hadn't already. If they could do that, Jade hoped they could lure the fuckers into a large area and finish them off with the Molotovs. That was a big if. The truck stormed out of the woods, onto a quiet street. There was no sign of those things, or another living person. Get ready! Gunny hollered. We're headed for the bridge. Who knows what we'll run into? When they hit Main Street, there was still no sign of them. Gunny brought the truck to a stop within sight of the bridge. The girls tensed up, waiting for an attack to come. There was nothing. Maybe we're too late, Allie said after a few moments of silence. Everyone piled out of the truck, each of them feeling defeated. Clint sniffed at the air, running around in a circle. So now what? Sun asked, anger in her voice. As if answering her, Clint started barking frantically before running off down the street. Son of a bitch! Gunny shouted. Get back here! I've got him. Jade took off after the dog, despite everyone's protests. Following Clint down Main Street, the katana held firmly. Jade was ready for trouble. The dog stopped in front of the town's theater, barking madly at the entrance. What's in there, boy? The dog whined and barked excitedly. Jade tried the glass double doors of the theater. It was locked. She looked down at the dog. Stay here. Clint let out a low growl as Jade stepped into the theater. She shushed him. Stay here. Jade closed the door behind her. Immediately, she heard the low, deep hum reverberating through the building. That rotten smell was here as well, stronger than before. She went to the auditorium, gently opening one of the double doors. Jade peered inside. What she saw took the breath from her lungs. A 10-foot stone monolith stood in front of the stage. Green light shimmered around it. The auditorium was filled to the brim with the possessed townfolk. They stood, unmoving, as if in reverence of the monolith. The hum was emanating from there. It became louder and louder, becoming a deep pulse, a pulse Jade could feel in her body. The motionless people began to stir. They moved towards the monolith, laying their hands upon it. Jade's mind tried to comprehend what happened next. The people's hands began to melt together. Then their bodies merged with the next closest person, engulfing them. Flesh joining with flesh, a membrane of merged bodies grew bigger and bigger, flowing around the colossal stone monolith. The door made a creaking noise as Jade leaned against it. One of the townspeople closest to her, a young woman in a cheerleader outfit, turned. Seeing Jade, it hissed and came at her. Lashing out, Jade cut the cheerleader's head off with the katana. This alerted some of the others, who turned and charged towards Jade. Fuck! She slammed the door shut, trying to hold it as angry fists pounded on it from the other side, but the assault was too much, and Jade fell backwards as the door burst open. Jade struck out with the katana, cutting down a teenage boy dressed as a hockey-masked serial killer. It was no use. As she pulled the sword free of the dead boy, more of the possessed people closed in. Jade took a deep breath. She vowed to herself she'd take as many with her as possible. As she raised up the katana, the double glass doors of the lobby behind her exploded as Gunny's truck rammed through them. Jade jumped for cover as wood and glass flew. Before she could recover, her ears still ringing, one of the nearest of the possessed people flew with a loud crack, their chest exploding in a red and green mess. Holy shit, Sun howled. This thing does kick. Jade looked up to see her friend standing next to her with the shotgun. Gunny grinned at them from behind the wheel. Come on, let's get the fuck out of here. The building shook as the pulse grew louder. Fucking A right, Jade said, scrambling into the back where Allie, Roz, and Clint waited. Gunny backed up, swerving the truck around. The pulse from the monolith could be heard even over the roar of the engine. Possessed townsfolk rushed from the theater towards the truck. Light 'em up, girls, Gunny hollered. The girls hurled the lit Molotovs, hitting the oncoming horde and sending many of them up in flames. The ground started to rumble as the pulse grew louder. Let's get out of here, Jade said. As Gunny peeled out, Jade told the others what she'd seen and heard in the theater. Roz stopped her when she heard about the sounds. I have an idea, she said. We have to get to the van. Quickly. The whole earth seemed to shake as Jade stood, the bridge at her back. Something was coming. Jade gripped the microphone tight in her hand. Symbols written in her and her bandmates' blood adorned her face and arms. Roz sat cross-legged behind her, chanting. Jade took a deep breath as another building crumbled. The misshapen thing lumbered from the cloud of destruction, a mass of limbs and bodies and melted flesh amassed around the stone monolith. Sun stood, filming with her phone as the beast approached. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one bites the dust, Jade said, ready for battle. Whoa, Sun stopped her. That song will get us taken down from YouTube for copyright. Okay, Jade said. One of ours then. Fuck you motherfuckers by disposable tampons. She felt the energy flow through her with each verse coming to her mind. Fuck you, motherfucker! I hate everything about you! The blast of energy leapt from her, a sonic lance that pierced the damned beast, staggering it. Jade kept singing. Your hair sucks and your breath stinks! Another bolt of energy shot out of her and struck the beast, going through and out the other side. Fuck you, motherfucker! Back your ass up, quick! Fuck you, motherfucker! And you can suck my... Jade finished, dropping the mic to the ground. A third bolt shot out, hitting the monolith at the beast's center, causing it to fracture. Energy began bleeding out of the cracked edifice. The beast let out a pained screech before being consumed by the energy and exploding. The shockwave sent everyone sprawling to the ground. Jade lay on the street, drifting in and out of consciousness. She wasn't sure how long she'd been there, but she could hear Allie's voice. Jade? Are you all right? I think so, she said, standing with some help from Allie. Is everybody okay? Pretty much, Sun answered. Roz stood next to her, petting Clint. Gunny stood leaning on his truck. They stared at the ghostly, decimated town in silence. A fine ash began to fall over the city. "It's snowing on Halloween," Sun said, catching some of it in her hand. "That's the ashes of the burned townspeople," Allie informed them. "Ew."
Dullahan by Morgan Moore. Halloween night. It's a night where fun can be had, as well as mischief. In ancient folklore, it is a night where the planes of existence open up. A night of thrills where anyone can be anybody, or anything. At this moment, however, Isaiah Crane was late. The young man was expected at a costume party his classmates were holding. He was considered the guest of honor. Isaiah was the new kid in Yatesville, and he quickly learned through the other kids and even the adults that he bore an uncanny resemblance to a man of local legend, Gerald Johnson. Johnson was infamous for having been convicted of witchcraft and executed by decapitation for the crime. Whether he did or did not practice witchcraft was a matter of debate, like many other witch hunt victims. None of this mattered to Isaiah, however. All that mattered to him was getting to the party. Being the new kid wasn't easy, and he hadn't yet made any real friends. His invite to the party came as a genuine surprise, as he didn't think anybody really knew him. What made the invitation even more surprising was that it came from a girl named Phoebe Hart. Phoebe was Isaiah's crush, and he couldn't help but take up the invitation just to hang out with her. He found it odd that they wanted him to dress up as Johnson, but if they thought he looked like the guy, and if Phoebe thought it would be fun, then he would do it. Unfortunately, things weren't going as well as he had hoped. His costume had to be homemade, an understandable circumstance, but Isaiah was afraid he would look drabby compared to the other kids. Adding on to that was the fact that Isaiah had to bike his way to the party. He had planned on riding through the streets of town, but a downtown party for the older residents made that next to impossible to do. His next best option was to take the bike path. All would be fine if he knew how to traverse it to get to his destination. Isaiah pedaled on, desperately trying to get to the party, to his chance to make friends, to fit in, to be with Phoebe. He went faster and faster, trees blurring by while he rode. Too fast, though. His pant leg caught on the pedal. He shouted in aggression and disbelief. The speed was much too high, and Isaiah lost control of the bike as the pedal came to a stop. It turned and twisted off to the side. The front wheel slammed into the curb of the trail and threw Isaiah off the bike and into the tree line. Isaiah laid on the ground in pain. In his head, he started counting backwards from 10 and recited various phone numbers he knew to make sure he didn't have any head trauma. After he was sure his head was all right, Isaiah slowly stood up and started checking himself for any more injuries. He felt blood on his forehead and hands. Along his shirt sleeves and pants legs, he found multiple rips. His limbs underneath sure to have cuts and bruises. Nothing seemed to be wrong with his chest or back as he pressed his hand against them. The only real pain he felt was in his ankle where his pants leg had gotten caught. Overall, he wasn't too banged up. The young man began to carefully walk the area he had been thrown to, trying to find his bike and his way back to the path. He sighed as he stumbled around in the dark, unsure really of where he was. While the flight from the bike didn't send him deep into the wooded part of town, it did put him at a good distance from the trail. With only the faintest shimmers of moonlight to aid him, Isaiah continued on his hunt. He walked in the dark towards what he thought was the way he came from. As he walked, the wind picked up and brought a chill with it. Isaiah shuddered at the sudden coldness, his costume not giving him much protection from the elements. Leaves danced around him as he continued on. The wind continued to pick up, no longer making the leaves dance, but plastered them to his face. He pulled them away only for them to return moments later. It got louder and more forceful as it continued to pick up. Isaiah soon found himself being pushed around by the wind as if it was leading him somewhere. The wind stopped suddenly. Isaiah, having closed his eyes to protect them from the leaves, opened them, finding himself in a small clearing. He stood there, taking in the silence of the night. The moon, once hidden, was now clear as daylight, providing him with a light source to see his surroundings. It was then that he heard a thunderous sound. Isaiah looked around frantically to find the source. The sound reminded him of horses racing down a track. It grew closer and closer. The closer it came, the louder it got. Suddenly, through the trees came the source. A tar-black horse with eyes that glowed like hellfire. Sitting atop the horse was a man, or what was once a man. His body was dressed in navy attire, reminiscent of a pilgrim, a black coat draping around his shoulder. The only difference between this man and any other was his lack of a head. Isaiah stared in awe of the thing before him. Just as suddenly as the horseman appeared and stopped before him, it now started again, charging towards Isaiah at inhuman speed. The teenager bolted into the tree line to escape the hellish being. It followed him into the woods, riding so hard and so fast, it was as if it was burning the land as it went. The boy continued to run as the horseman thundered behind him. Suddenly, Isaiah felt a sting on his cheek. He touched his skin and felt the warm stickiness of blood oozing from his face. Isaiah looked behind him and found the horseman with an arm held high and a whip tightly clenched in his hand. He wasn't sure, but it looked to Isaiah that the whip was made from something that looked like a spine. His pursuer cracked it again and struck Isaiah's shoulder. Isaiah tumbled forward to a stop. He quickly picked himself back up and continued his escape, the horseman now closer than ever. Isaiah kept running through the woods with the horseman on his heels. His legs grew more and more tired, his lungs burning and his body covered in sweat and blood from his wounds. The ankle he had hurt from his bike crash throbbed with pain. If this kept up, he was sure to be a goner. In the distance, Isaiah saw an opening in the woods. He smiled in hope that it would lead to his safety. The boy threw all of his energy into one final mad dash towards the opening. Isaiah burst through it to find a cabin. He approached the building and noticed a sign by the front steps, denoting it to be a museum devoted to the witch hunts and trials. Before he could process everything, he heard the shriek of the horse. He spun around and saw the horseman galloping towards him. Isaiah instinctively ran up the stairs to the door, using his good leg to kick it open. Isaiah flicked the lights on and was greeted with an array of relics, pictures, and various odds and ends related to the witch hunts. The teenager walked around trying to find something to aid him. His pursuer did not give him much time. As Isaiah was looking at a display case of antiques, the horseman burst in, horse and all, tearing apart the entrance. Isaiah whipped around to see the horseman himself. Its horse cried out in anger, and the rider cracked its whip. The horseman strode slowly towards its prey. Isaiah walked backwards, trapped with no exit in sight. He found himself up against an odd-shaped item. The boy turned around and discovered a row of wax heads. A quick glance at the placards under them revealed that they were sculptures of those who were executed. One in particular caught Isaiah's attention. It was of Gerald Johnson. Johnson had been beheaded for his execution. Could it be? A crack and a cry from the horse brought Isaiah back to the situation at hand. The horseman was getting closer and closer. Isaiah had an idea, a hope. He grabbed hold of Gerald Johnson's head and pulled it off its stand. Isaiah turned around and found the horseman right in front of him. The horse breathed onto Isaiah, filling the boy's nose with the scent of decades-old decay. Isaiah said a small prayer before holding up the wax head of Johnson. The horseman slowly lowered his whip, placing it on his hip. With both hands, he took the sculpture from the boy and placed it on his shoulders. The head began to meld to the horseman's body, and a smile formed on the wax lips. The smile quickly faded, and the horseman started to claw at his throat. Isaiah watched, confused. It suddenly hit him that the head being wax meant it wouldn't have any openings for a person to breathe. The horseman pointed at Isaiah's head angrily. It must have really been Gerald Johnson, and he wanted his head. Or the next best thing, Isaiah's. Isaiah ran from the wax heads with the horseman on his heels. His plan failed, and now his pursuer was angrier and more hell-bent to kill him. In his rush, Isaiah tripped over a display the horseman had knocked down and landed face first on the floor. He looked over towards a fallen table and noticed an old lantern. Isaiah crawled over to it and discovered a small book of matches sitting next to it, with the logo of the museum on the front. The boy took one look inside of the lantern, saw a heavily used candle, and instantly knew what to do. He grabbed the lantern and the matches and quickly scrambled to his feet. Isaiah ran out onto the porch and fumbled to get the matches out and lit. Once they were ignited, he threw them into the lantern. He watched the candle catch on fire, illuminating the dark. Isaiah looked to the door and saw the charging glow of the horse's eyes. He waited until he saw the horseman, saw the wax visage. Once he saw it clear as day, he threw the lantern at the wax head. Please, God. The glass broke, and the candle fell on top of the horseman's head. Instantly, the head caught on fire. As quick as it had started, it just as quickly spread down the rest of the horseman and on to the horse. The creature thrashed around in agony, spreading the fire all about the cabin. Isaiah ran off of the porch and beelined to an opening he spotted behind the house. He ran with all of the energy he had left, not daring to look behind him. His only comfort was that he didn't hear the horseman coming. The young man continued to run, his eyes spotting an opening in the trees ahead. Isaiah burst through the trees and fell over his feet onto the pavement. He stood up and turned around to face the trees from where he had come. His eyes widened. The fire had grown from the cabin to the woods around it. It was a horrific sight, but also one that gave Isaiah a great comfort. Comfort that he was safe. Isaiah walked for what seemed like an eternity. He had a limp from all the pain in his ankle, making his already slow trek that much longer. Listlessly, he walked through the streets and into a neighborhood. Trick-or-treating had long been over, but yards were still decorated with store-bought displays and toilet paper from kids who had been rowdy that night.
"Isaiah!"
A voice, feminine, called out to him. The boy stopped and turned to where the voice had come from. It was Phoebe. She ran up to him and gasped a little at the state he was in. "You're late. I was worried. It looks like I was right, too. What happened?" Phoebe asked. "Oh, yeah, I guess I am late. I crashed my bike and got lost in the woods. I got out, but, well, I'm new. I don't know where everything is yet. Guess I got lucky that I ended up here," Isaiah explained. "Yeah, you are," Phoebe smiled. She took his hand and the two kids started to head back to the house and to the party. "You should really learn the town and how to get around. You could lose your head getting lost." Isaiah smiled a little and laughed to himself. "Nearly did." The Origin of the Pumpkin Man by Charles Campbell. All Hallows Eve, LBC Middle School, 1987. What began in 1980 as an experiment became an annual tradition at LBC Middle School. The Jack-o'-lantern Jubilee. It was a day full of festivities, games, and candy giveaways that ended with a student dance in the school's gymnasium. LBC stood for Langley, Bath, and Clearwater. It was the middle school for most of the Valley kids before they moved up to Midland Valley High. Raymond Mathis taught 7th grade science and drew the short straw to be one of the staff chaperones for the dance this year. Halloween was nonsense to him, but he'd play along. He got along with the kids for the most part, except for a couple of the boys in his 5th period class. But today was Halloween, and it just so happened that it actually fell on a Saturday this year. It was still early in the day. Raymond didn't have a costume and didn't want a costume, but he was never accused of not being a team player, so he would head over to Party Dollar and pick up the cheapest costume he could get away with. Raymond settled with a $7 vampire cape, equipped with fake fangs and a tube of blood jelly. The festival started around noon, so he'd show up around 10 to help the other staffers make sure the tables in the cafeteria were set up for the butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, and whoever the fuck else needed a table at this bullshit festival, is what Raymond thought. But he'd think it, with a smile on his face. Butch Marker was one of those 5th grade boys that Raymond didn't get along with. Butch, in truth, didn't get along with very many authority figures. Since he went to see the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off with his sister the year before, he fancied himself to be like Ferris. He wanted to be loved by everyone while pulling the wool over people in charge. Problem was, a lot of kids didn't like him, and he really wasn't fooling anyone. His best friend was Steve Vigg, and he was the follower. The boys hatched a plan for this year's Jack-o'-lantern Jubilee. "Hey, did you get them?" Butch asked Steve. Steve was nodding his bulbous head and smacking chewy candy between his teeth as he held out the bag. "Sweet," Butch said, snatching the bag from Steve. He peeked inside. A Grinch-like smile spread under his nose. "Hell yeah. You get them from Ricky?" "Yup. Just like you said. He had a bunch of them, too." "We gonna paint them up like you said?" Steve asked. His jowls shook as he nodded his head like a lunatic. Butch often thought Steve was the spitting image of a mini boss hog, and he wasn't wrong. He was a short, fat kid with a buzz cut so low that he may as well be bald. "Yeah, we're gonna paint them up. Come on," Butch said, and Steve followed him to the shed in the backyard. Butch dumped the cherry bombs on the workbench. There was a can of orange spray paint along with a small jar of black ink with an assortment of tiny paintbrushes. Steve shook the spray can, and the boys got to work. As the early birds filed into the school cafeteria, Raymond helped fellow teacher Kathy Fletcher set up the gift basket raffle booth. This was a big draw, an assortment of gift baskets donated by local businesses and townsfolk. Some of them had very good prizes, gift certificates to fancy for the Valley restaurants like Western Sizzlin' and Red Lobster, some fantastic fishing gear from Spradley's Bait and Tackle. There was always a nice quilt with other homemade accessories contributed by Louise Utley. Baked goods galore in another basket. The gift basket raffle was a can't miss, and it was held at the end of the day when the daytime festivities would give way to the middle school dance. "Lots of nice stuff this year," Raymond said. "Not bad at all," Kathy replied as she pressed a pushpin into the handwritten sign. It read, "Gift basket raffle, $1 per ticket, drawing at 6 p.m. sharp." "Got my eye on that quilt," Kathy said. It was Halloween-themed, adorned with bats, wide-eyed pumpkins, and sheeted ghosts. "Yeah, that's quite a prize," Raymond said, thinking to himself what a crock of shit this holiday was. It was going to be a long day, and he was dreading the dance. But, on the bright side, he wouldn't have to do this again next year. No back-to-backs for faculty unless they volunteer, and he certainly wasn't volunteering for this flea circus. Although, seeing Cindy dressed as Elvira, complete with the dress, black wig, and push-up bra wasn't exactly excruciating to look at. The boys admired their handiwork. "These are fucking awesome," Butch announced. "Yeah, awesome," Steve parroted. The little pumpkins with stem fuses looked back at them. Different black grins adorned their little round faces. "They're going to shit their pants," Butch said. "Yeah, they're going to have to run to the crapper," Steve exclaimed, popping another one of those gooey peanut butter dog shit Halloween candies into his mouth. The Jack-o'-lantern Jubilee was something the Valley folks looked forward to every Halloween, and it seemed like all of the small towns that comprised the Valley showed up. Raymond was assisting Kathy at the gift basket table. The line to buy raffle tickets was almost to the double doors at the far end of the cafeteria. He was tearing tickets, wishing this day was over. He still had a dance to chaperone, and hiding the disdain that wanted to move across his face was becoming more and more difficult. Then he saw two of his troublemakers poking around the tables. Steve was dressed in a pretty decent Jason Voorhees getup a la Friday the 13th, Part 2, complete with the one-eye pillowcase, which Steve would have to cut 2 big holes in very quickly so that he would stop slamming into people. He was the proverbial bull in a china shop, smacking his peanut butter dog shit candy under the pillowcase mask. Butch was disguised as a werewolf, with a brown wig that was teased out to stand up high, black makeup on his nose with brown smeared across his face. He had a decent set of fake fangs, a tattered t-shirt, ripped jeans, and white canvas sneakers soaked in blood jelly. The boys both had paper grocery sacks for trick-or-treat bags. They were raiding the tables, looking for candy, and Raymond was trying to keep a close eye on the two of them. "Raymond, eyes over here," Kathy said. Raymond turned his attention back to see Mrs. Martha Jenkins holding out a $5 bill. She told Raymond what baskets she was bidding for, and he tore the tickets, took the money, and dropped the stubs in their respective bowls. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to get a location on the troublemakers, but they were out of his field of vision. "You see Turgburger?" Butch asked. "Huh? What's a Turgburger?" Steve replied. Butch removed his fangs and said, "Turd burglar. Did you see Turd burglar?" "No, didn't see him. Where's he at?" Steve asked, smiling under the pillowcase. "He's at the gift basket table with Ms. Fletcher. You see her bazongas?" Butch asked, raising his eyebrows. "Damn it, no. This pillowcase is bullshit," Steve said. "Well, if he's working the tables, he's working the dance." Butch held up a hand for a high five. Steve didn't see it, so Butch smacked him on top of his head. Steve regrouped and hit the high five. The boys continued making their rounds. Seemed like there was going to be one hell of a crowd at the dance. These fuckers will be shitting themselves before the night was over, is what Butch was thinking. 45 minutes later. The kid was no older than 6 or 7. He was a fine-looking lad with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. He held a pumpkin candy bucket and was moving with sugar-fueled excitement to each table, saying, "Trick or treat," to whoever might drop him some candy. Butch removed his fangs, nudged Steve, and asked, "Who's that little shit stain? I've never seen him in the valley." "Don't know. Maybe he's an Aiken or Augusta kid," Steve replied, really paying no mind to the little boy. "Look at him. He's running all around like he's got ants in his pants," Butch said. A gleam flashed in his eyes, a gleam that Steve picked up on. "So, are you thinking what I'm thinking you're thinking?" Steve asked. The smile was growing under his mask. "Yeah. He needs some special candy in that bucket, don't you think?" Butch asked, feeling the bulge of pumpkin bombs in his pants pocket. Steve was nodding and snickering. May as well get the party started early. Raymond looked at his watch and thought to himself, do vampires really care what time it is? But sure they do. They couldn't be caught out in the stark light of day, or they would burn into ash and blow away with the wind. The start of the dance was just under 2 hours away. He could see a lot of the middle schoolers milling around the cafeteria in their scariest and goofiest get-ups. He didn't see his 2 troublemakers. He thought he shouldn't be too uptight about it, but something wasn't quite right. He would feel much more comfortable if he could put eyes on them. "Hey, kid," Butch said to the little boy. Before the little boy turned to face him, the boy placed a plastic pumpkin mask over his face. "Trick or treat," the little boy said. "Exactly," Steve said, and the boy looked to his left, held out his candy bucket, and repeated, "Trick or treat." Steve was removing candy from his own paper sack, while Butch was flicking a Bic as he pulled a little pumpkin bomb from his pocket. The kid held the bucket out to Steve. Steve had a fistful of candy and was holding it precariously over the bucket. The little boy was smiling under his mask. Butch lit the fuse. He felt a sudden adrenaline rush, but fought it for just a moment. He needed the fuse to burn down. Just a bit. Steve was teasing the boy, not dropping the candy into the bucket. "Trick or treat," the little boy shouted. Butch spun in front of Steve. "Trick or treat, you little fucker!" Butch dropped the pumpkin bomb into the bucket and moved back fast. The little boy didn't have time to say anything before the pumpkin exploded. The cherry bomb had enough force to destroy a mailbox. Candy and orange plastic shrapnel was sent flying. The boy screamed in terror. The tops of 4 fingers on his right hand were bloody stumps of bone. Raymond heard the ruckus on the other side of the cafeteria His hair stood on end. The explosion followed by the scream of a child got Raymond moving post-haste. Other faculty members were ushering people out of the cafeteria, just in case there was a shooter in their midst. Raymond knew it was those boys. Kathy ran to the cafeteria kitchen to call the police. Butch and Steve didn't hang around to admire their work. The boys darted out the double doors and beelined it for the gymnasium. They were laughing all the way as they ran. The main gymnasium doors would be locked because it wasn't yet time for the dance, but Butch and Steve knew the janitor's entrance, and they never left it locked because half of them had lost their keys. They rushed inside. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," was all Steve could garble. "Did you see that? Almost blew the little shit's hand off. These fuckers are like dynamite," Butch said, pulling a pumpkin bomb from his pocket. "We're going to jail," Steve said as the stark realization of consequences overrode the joy of the prank. "The fuck we are. Nobody knows it was us. They all ran to the kid as we scooted out. Let's just hang out here until the dance starts. We'll get lost in the crowd and finish what we started," Butch said confidently. "You think they're still going to have the dance after that?" Steve asked. The boys heard sirens, and it wasn't just an ambulance. Butch knew the distinct tone of the Burnett Town police sirens because they had been called to Oak Street on more than a few occasions in his short lifetime. "No way they're canceling the dance. No way that's going to happen. Let's just stay here until it dies down. The janitor's closet is the safest place to be right now," Butch said, almost believing it. The little boy was screaming his head off. Raymond took off his vampire cape and wrapped the kid's hand, trying to apply pressure, but not really knowing what to do with stark white bone and chunks of meat that was once fingers hanging from his hand. "Where's his mother?" Raymond screamed at the bystanders. They all just gawked at the scene until paramedics and police rushed through the cafeteria. Raymond looked at the kid and said, "It's going to be okay. I'm going to get the kids that did this to you. I promise, and I'll bring you all of their candy." The little boy looked back at Raymond, stopped screaming, and spoke so calmly it startled Raymond into paying close attention. "In my pocket." The boy pointed to his right pocket with his left hand. "Get it out and eat it. Be the pumpkin man. And kill them." Raymond was shocked at the calmness in the kid's voice. He heard the medics getting closer, and he could see the panic return to the kid's eyes. He reached into the boy's pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag. It was a black bag sealed with an orange topper. It had green letters printed on the topper. "Pumpkin potion." Raymond backed away as the medics took the child away. He would be in Aiken Regional within 15 minutes. It was determined the dance would continue, albeit not on time. The police questioned the folks in the area, and they gave descriptions of a fat kid with a pillowcase mask and another kid dressed up like a monkey or a werewolf running from the scene when they heard an explosion, followed by a blood-curdling scream. They did a cursory search of the school. Raymond gave them the names of the boys, so their houses would be next on the search list. They didn't find the boys. They were tucked quietly away, in the janitor's locker in the gym, and would stay there all night if they had to. They would only come out if they heard the DJ start playing tunes. Steve would take off his mask, and Butch would remove the wig. Luckily for the two of them, there was an unopened bag of large-sized white T-shirts in the locker that belonged to one of the janitors. They ripped them open and changed their shirts. Butch removed the makeup using soap and water from the janitor's sink. There was a gallon of bleach under that sink that he used to clean the blood jelly from his sneakers as best he could. The boys could now pass as hobos if the dance ever started. The gymnasium opened its doors an hour late. Kids were lined up waiting impatiently and cheered when the doors finally opened. Raymond was already inside, waiting just inside the double doors. He was going to put his eyes on every ghost and ghoul that walked inside. The DJ was starting the show with everyone's Halloween favorite, the Monster Mash. "You ready?" Butch asked when he heard the music kick in. "Yeah," Steve hesitantly replied, shuffling his feet. Maybe he finally realized that being friends with Butch wasn't such a great idea. "If we need to get out quick, light a pumpkin and toss it in the crowd, understand?" Butch asked. "Yeah," Steve replied. Butch opened the door and the two hobos stepped into the back of the gymnasium. Kids were already dancing. "Let me know if you see Turd Burglar. I want to give him a trick before we leave," Butch said. Steve nodded his head, but didn't say a word. Monster Mash gave way to the Munsters theme song. The boys walked around the edge of the gym. There were so many people, so many cool costumes. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, zombies, demons, princesses. Every Halloween character was represented. There were even a couple of decent-looking Freddy Kruegers. "Turd Burglar at 12 o'clock, Butch said, and nodded toward the double doors where the kids were still filing in. "Let's just go, man. We can get in some real shit if we hang around. Let's just say hey to a couple of kids so we have a... What do the cops call it on TV? Alibi? Steve asked. "Fuck that. And it's alibi, you moron," Butch replied. Steve felt a tap on his shoulder. He gulped and turned. It was Ms. Fletcher, and Steve was getting an eyeful of the bazongas he missed earlier. "You two need to come with me right now," she said as she reached for both of their hands. Steve, being enamored with the bazongas, actually held his hand out before Butch slapped it away. "We ain't going nowhere with you," Butch said. Kathy screamed out at the top of her lungs, "Raymond, they're over here!" She grabbed for Steve since he was the closest and caught the back of his t-shirt. It ripped, Hulk Hogan style, as he pulled away from her. Butch reached into his pocket and pulled out a pumpkin bomb. He was crashing into kids left and right. Hey, stop! Raymond was hollering, getting closer to the boys. Butch fumbled for the bic. Eddie Hardy, 7th grader and middle linebacker for the LBC Lions, grabbed Butch around his waist and tackled him to the gym floor. Butch was crawling and kicking. The other kids were backing away. Steve stopped in his tracks. His days of getting in trouble with Butch were going to come to an end here. Butch was no fucking Ferris Bueller, and he certainly wasn't Cameron. Fuck Butch. Raymond was instructing Kathy to call the police. Eddie still had his grip, but Butch wasn't trying to free himself. Butch was busy. He lit the fuse and held it for as long as he could. Raymond grabbed him by the shoulder, trying to help Eddie keep Butch immobilized. Butch grinned as he turned to see Raymond. "Trick, turd burglar!" he screamed and dropped the pumpkin bomb into Raymond's shirt pocket. It exploded immediately. Raymond's glasses flew from his face. His eyes felt as if they were orbs of hot lava melting his brain. Eddie looked in horror at his 7th grade science teacher. Butch stood up, laughing for all he was worth. Steve pulled a pumpkin bomb from his own pocket, lit it, and ran up to Butch. Butch held up a hand to get a high five from his fat buddy. His fat buddy grabbed Butch's sagging pants by the belt line, grinned, and shoved the pumpkin bomb down Butch's underwear. It exploded. Butch fell to the floor. The crotch of his jeans were a black, smoldering hole. His twig and berries were nothing more than a bloody ground mess. "Fuck you, Butch," Steve said as he walked away. Raymond couldn't see. He could hear, but it sounded like everyone was in a tunnel. Kathy ran to him. He mumbled a single word. "Water." Okay. Kathy got a cup from the stack near the punch bowl, which was spiked when the first set of kids came through, and retrieved water from the fountain. Raymond fumbled with the package while Kathy was getting the water. He ripped the orange topper from the pumpkin potion. Kathy attempted to give him water. He held out his hand instead, and she gave him the cup. He emptied the pouch of pumpkin potion into his mouth and chased it down with the water. "Raymond, what are you doing?" Kathy asked. She reached down to help him. Raymond contorted in pain. His bones literally sounded as if they were cracking. Sirens were coming. He could hear them. He could hear her screaming for help. Raymond could hear everything. No tunnel. His eyes were clear, and the pain was gone. Raymond stood and held out his hand. "No, stay away," he said. Kathy was wide-eyed. Raymond ran. His shoes burst under his feet. He escaped the gym through the janitor's closet. He was gone. No one would find him. Raymond Mathis was as good as dead. It had been 72 hours since the events at LBC Middle School. Butch lived, but he was now a eunuch. Steve turned himself in to the police and confessed to what the boys had done. The little boy was lying wide awake in his hospital bed at 2:00 in the morning. No mother, father, aunt, or uncle came to get him. But someone did. The tall man walked quietly into the room. The boy lit up, holding up his bandaged hand. "Did you kill them?" the little boy asked. "No, but I punished the one that did this to you. Are you ready to go, my son?" the tall man asked. "I am, Father. My daddy is the Pumpkin Man," the kid said with an excitement that made the tall man smile. "I can fix your hand, you know. Really, truly fix it. But there is a trade-off," the tall man said. "What is it?" the boy asked. "You'll stay this age forever, and I'll be with you forever." "How does that sound?" the tall man asked. "It's all I've ever wanted," said the little boy. And at that moment, the little piece of Raymond that was dying away inside the tall man finally appreciated Halloween. The Grinner by Henrique Couto. Halloween was my absolute 100% all-time favorite day of the year. The moment I could see the leaves changing colors, my mind would start to spin. I'd sit in school with my leg nervously jumping as I drew zombies and vampires attacking unsuspecting townspeople in my Trapper Keeper, and hummed the Monster Mash to myself. My grades definitely dipped during the fall, but who cares? It's just the start of the school year anyway. I'd show plenty of improvement once Thanksgiving rolled around. I'm no schlub, though. I would start plotting out my costume during summer break, gathering all the pieces from the garage sales, thrift stores, and relatives we'd visit in Rhode Island. The ride from Ohio was like 16 hours, so the least they could do was help me out. My Dracula outfit last year was A+, and every kid at school was impressed. Even the upperclassmen bully types had to admit my fangs and fake blood were startlingly realistic. So realistic, in fact, that they sent me to the nurse and made me scrub it off with some weird-smelling off-brand pink hand soap. When I was 4 years old, I was a Power Ranger. Don't judge me, they were awesome. 5 was a mummy, mainly because my dad was an ER nurse and he brought home boatloads of bandages. At 6, I tried Dracula for the first time. I was a total goober, though, and had those cheesy plastic fangs that never stay in place, and they're pretty much guaranteed to make your gums bleed. I also had the most obscenely long painted-on widow's peak that my mom did up in black makeup. 7 was when I really started hitting my stride, though. That's when I discovered Saturday Nightmares on TV. My mom and dad loved watching it, and it was way too scary for kids. I would stretch out on the love seat next to them and pretend to fall asleep. I would then go totally dead weight and grouchy when they tried to pry me off and put me to bed. They'd give up, and I'd get to lay there, sneaking peeks of Jason Voorhees, Dracula, Candyman, and so many more. The perfect crime. So my costume at 7 years old was Jason. I ripped up some old clothes and got a hockey mask out of an old trunk in the garage. I made a big machete out of a cardboard box and was out in the neighborhood, stalking for camp counselors to skewer. When I was 8, I did Frankenstein, but I made all my body parts nasty different colors. Greens, grays, reds. I really did look like a hodgepodge of stolen body parts stitched together. That was the first year I made another trick-or-treater cry. Sweet action. At 9, I wore the aforementioned Dracula costume, and I was the most rad Prince of Darkness anyone had ever seen. I practiced my accent in the mirror every morning, with my fangs in, of course. I even bought denture glue to keep them in my mouth securely. It tasted awful, by the way. This year, though, I really had to go all out because I was 10 and I got my first invitation to an older kid party. It may not seem like a big deal to you, but middle schoolers usually never want anything to do with elementary schoolers. I got on their radar when word spread I had a video copy of Sleepaway Camp 2 and the king of gross-out party movies, Faces of Death. In our small town, getting a copy of the most notorious horror movie of all time, banned in 46 countries, was nearly impossible. But, thanks to my summer trips to New England, I managed to score a copy. I may have convinced my grandma that it was a cartoon based on the illustrated hooded skeleton on the cover. This is great and all except for one issue. These cool older kids are just going to put my movies on and then ignore me the whole night. But not if tonight went according to plan. Earth to Robbie! Come in, Robbie! A playfully annoyed voice blasted me back to reality where I stood next to my locker at school. What? I replied, trying to remember if I was in a conversation with my best friend Michael and forgot, or if he'd just walked up to me. Daydreaming about the Girls Gone Wild commercial again, huh? Michael said with a huge cheese-eating grin on his face. He was a degenerate, but he was my degenerate. Shut up! I was just plotting out tonight. Michael shifted his weight from one foot to the other as he regained a grip on his binder, which was undoubtedly full of comic books and not a single piece of schoolwork. Oh yeah, you're going to that middle schooler party, the one I'm not cool enough to tag along to. Once I blow them away with Faces of Death and my Freddy Krueger costume, they're going to realize how cool I am for my age, and then we can work on convincing them about you too. I meant it. As badly as I wanted to be cool, Michael had been my best friend since kindergarten, and I wouldn't want him to be left out. Yeah, great. We're still trick-or-treating together, right? He asked as he tried not to sound too disappointed. Duh! We're taking this town for all of its candy. I raised my hand for a high five, then quickly realized Michael had both his hands full. My eyes narrowed as I got very serious and leaned in close. So here's the plan. We score all the candy up the south side of town. Then, when we loop back around, we stop by the Grinner. I thought we agreed we'd steer clear of the Grinner this year, Michael replied with a whine. The Grinner was a scarecrow-like dummy placed in front of McClellan Hall, which was a creepy old beat-up historical landmark and former funeral home. Every year for as long as I could remember, the Grinner was put on the front steps of the hall with a big fat bowl of candy in its lap and a sign that said, "Please take only one," which we had always ignored. The only problem with the Grinner was, well, the grin. The weird sack-like head had warped in strange ways over the years. It seemed like every Halloween the hellish smile was more lopsided and deformed and terrifying. Most of the younger kids never dared to get a piece of candy from the Grinner at all. I would never hesitate to grab a couple of extra fun-sized Kit Kats, even if it gave me the creeps. It was kind of fun. Until last year. Michael and I were getting ready to fill our bags with candy from the large and mostly full bucket of sweet treats. Mike was trying to stop me from taking more than one, because I guess his old man had told him if you cross the Grinner, he eats kids. Yeah, that's so believable and not just the kind of crap parents make up on the spot to scare us. Not. So I went to fill my bag with ill-gotten gains when, all of a sudden, the Grinner moved. We both jumped back and let out yelps as a jet-black cat skittered past us. Stupid cat nearly made me jump out of my skin. Michael fell flat on his butt off the stoop. On the way home that night, he made me promise we'd never, ever bother going to the Grinner's house. But desperate times call for desperate measures. God, Robbie, you want to take the Grinner's candy to that stupid party? Michael groaned. What? No! Anybody can buy candy. I'm going to take the Grinner's head. I smiled as if I had long, sharp teeth to bare. Michael's words exploded out of him. Are you kidding? That's insane! All of his school supplies fell out of his arms and onto the floor, as he didn't even acknowledge the mess he had made. Relax, it's just a dummy. My confidence wasn't waning. We don't know that. No one even knows who puts him there. Michael dropped down to gather his belongings. It's probably like the mayor or the school board or something. I squatted down to help him gather his comics. So are you in? It would be ultimate. Michael looks up at me. No. Would you slow down? Michael yelled as he sucked on a Jolly Rancher 6 steps behind me. The streets were dark. Most of the other kids had already called it a night. But we had one last stop before I became the king of Halloween to all the middle schoolers. Michael and I walked up to McClellan Hall and stopped dead in front, just barely outside of the glow of the nearest streetlight. There he was. The Grinner was sitting in his usual disheveled manner. His smile was warped up the side of his head. The stitched lips looked oddly convincing in the dark, like they were going to spread apart at any moment and reveal rows of teeth like a shark. I stared hard at the Grinner as I formulated a game plan for the soon-to-come decapitation. From as far as I could tell, it was barely attached to anything. The way it sat on its shoulders and tattered double-breasted jacket made it seem free of much resistance. Michael stood still, his white Michael Myers Halloween mask hanging on top of his head like a hat. He sighed deeply as he crunched hard candy between his teeth. Dude, no. Don't do it. I couldn't believe he was still so scared. This was the kid who watched Evil Dead at 3:30 a.m. in the morning after I had fallen asleep an hour earlier. Michael could be a spaz sometimes, but he was never a wuss. My eyes went from him back to the Grinner, whose demented, happy face remained thankfully unchanged. At that moment, I realized maybe I was a little scared too. Mikey, if you're that afraid, it's okay. You can go home and I'll take care of business. The party isn't far from here anyhow, I bluffed, knowing full well that he would never leave me alone in such a situation. Plus, I really didn't want him to. It was a creepy night, and I felt better with him having my back. "Okay, see you tomorrow." All of a sudden, my best friend turned into a chubby Midwestern Speedy Gonzales as he ran out of sight faster than I'd ever seen him move before. "Dang it!" I yelled as I stood there all alone, nervously picking at my Freddy Krueger melted skin makeup, which was failing to stay adhered to my face. I'd have to stop by home on my way to the party to get more spirit gum. My plastic razor glove replica was tapping on my sack of candy as I stalled for dear life. I really wasn't alone, though. The Grinner hadn't moved a millimeter in the 4 or 5 minutes since I arrived. Thank God for small favors. I suddenly realized I had been staring with my jaw agape at the freaky shape and averted my eyes. I'm from the Midwest, and my mama taught me it's not polite to stare. It was a reflex. The sounds of crickets and distant dogs barking were deafening to my ears as I now stood in front of McClellan Hall, purposefully not looking at the Grinner. A feeling started to rumble inside me as I realized I felt angry. I was really ticked off. Come on, I'm the king of Halloween. I'm the kid that watched all 7 Nightmare on Elm Street movies in a row. I've played with Ouija boards on Friday the 13th. The Grinner was just some stupid life-sized sock puppet that we turned into a legend because our town is that boring. My chest puffed out under my red and green striped sweater. I'm Robin Osborne. I am not afraid of anything. Tonight is Halloween, the one night a year when the stupid and gross things I love are cool. It's my night, dang it. I stomped my feet hard as I headed straight for the Grinner who sat still in his chair, candy bowl waiting. I stopped as I was almost exactly face to stitched up sack with him. I looked down at the handwritten sign around his neck. Please take only one. The only was underlined. I read that phrase 3 or 4 times. Then I laughed to myself and reached into the bowl. Thanks, old pal, I taunted as I took exactly 2 pieces and placed them into my bag. I flinched out of nowhere like something had startled me, except there was nothing. Nothing but silence. The Grinner was as motionless as ever. I took a few deep breaths as I regained my calm. I locked my eyes on its lumpy visage. That grin of his really was eerie, but it was time for me to get ahead for once. Ha! Get it? Ahead? I set my candy down on the grass and brought both of my hands up. I stopped and removed my plastic Freddy Krueger glove. It may have been great for slashing teenagers, but its tensile strength was well below par. My palms were both so unbelievably clammy, even in the crisp 46-degree night. My hands were finally functioning again, and going closer and closer to the Grinner's noggin. I winced ever so slightly when my hands made contact with the coarse fabric that made up his flesh. It felt a bit harder than I was expecting, definitely not filled with hay or cotton. I grasped both sides of the head and took a deep breath while biting down softly on my tongue. As I lifted the head, I was also surprised by the weight of it. I could still lift it, no problem, but I had expected it to be pretty airy. Must be filled with sand or kitty litter or something. I was right. The head doesn't appear to be attached by more than a couple of threads. I lifted harder and heard the few threads snap as I held the head above the padded shoulders. Ah! The Grinner's arms suddenly shot up and grabbed me by the wrists. I bit my tongue hard as my entire body tensed in absolute terror. He pulled my arms downward and forced me to place his head on the makeshift neck. At that moment, the Grinner stood up. Our height difference was sizable to say the least. Oh my God! The stitched lips began to separate. But instead of revealing row upon row of carnivorous teeth, he had more average teeth. In fact, his 2 front teeth protruded lower than the rest. The buck-toothed living dummy smiled and began to speak.
"Hello, boy. Are you having a happy Halloween?"
He hissed in an oddly friendly tone. I tried to answer as best I could, but I was gagging on blood flowing freely from my tongue. Yes.
"Well, just you wait. You and I are going to have the best Halloween ever, full of adventures, laughter, and candy, candy, candy."
He chuckled, his laughter childlike with glee. Really? I didn't know what to think.
"Of course. I exist for Halloween. It's my favorite night, and you've awakened me to be your companion for a spooky good time."
The Grinner then puffed out his chest as he began to recite a poem that reminded me of black and white movies.
100 years and 100 nights, for all the children I bring them frights. But I'm really truly quite kind, only fun and friends are on my mind. I participate in all the spooky fun. My only rule is that you take only one. The truth is, boy, you're a winner. You've made best friends with the Grinner.
So, we're gonna have fun and get candy and you're gonna show me Halloween's magic? The Grinner laughed so deeply, so truly with happiness and joy.
Oh, goodness, no. I eat children.
As his smile opened, his mouth grew and grew, and I never did.
Ghost in the Graveyard by Rob Fields.
It was the final week of October in Strickfield. After the previous year's Halloween, the people of Strickfield had voted into village law by a huge majority that trick-or-treating was extended to a full week, instead of just Halloween Eve and Halloween night, as in previous years. The news had reached surrounding villages and even the bigger megalopolises like Shore City and Erie City. People came from everywhere to take part in the legendary event because there was never any age discrimination. And with the annual tradition being a week, more people came than ever. It was on the final night, Halloween night, when Bill Chapman, Brian Chunk, and Richie Horton were out making their rounds. Their pillowcases were stuffed with all the candy and other goodies they'd collected. "Man, I can't believe we actually did the whole week," Horton, who was dressed as a Cobra Kai fighter, said. "I know we said we'd do a few days, but—" "I know," Chapman agreed, who was dressed as an army soldier to match his crew cut. "Yeah, but look at all the candy we got," Chunker reminded them. He was dressed as a zombie. "We got so much stuff, we'll probably be eating it until next Halloween." Chapman sneered. "I'd be surprised if even you can eat that much candy, Chunker." Chunker had made good on his promise to lose weight upon surviving their horrible ordeal with Abigail Tomlin in what seemed like only a few short months ago. He was still a little chunky, but his weight loss was quite noticeable between the summer and now. In spite of the weight loss, Chunker found he still had his same monstrous appetite and exercised more in order to keep from putting the weight back on. "Chunker will probably end up getting diabetes," Horton stated. When Chapman and Horton both laughed, Chunker just looked at them. Yeah. "Man, these pillow sacks are heavy," Chapman said. "Maybe we should head back to the clubhouse again." "Good idea," Horton agreed. The boys walked a couple of blocks to get to their clubhouse, which was the old tool shed in Chunker's backyard. His dad built a new garage with some extra space for the tools and told Brian he and his friends could use the old shed for their hangout. They walked in and emptied their pillowcases into the large chest where their haul for the week continued to grow and grow. "Looks like if we make one last set of rounds, we can actually fill this bad boy up completely," Chunker stated. Chapman looked at his watch. "We still got time. We started at 6 and trick-or-treating doesn't get done until midnight, and there's no school tomorrow." Horton looked at both of his friends. "We're really going back out for more candy?" "What, you don't want to?" Chapman asked. Horton glanced over at the chest. "I'm just wondering if Chunker'll start on the candy since it's all here at his place." Chapman pointed right at Brian. "You don't want to be eating all the candy in one night, buddy." Chunker gave a mischievous grin. "You never know. I just might get the munchies in the middle of the night." Chapman tightened his jaw. "I mean it, Chunker. Don't you even." Chunker picked up his pillowcase and walked slowly to the door. "Fine." When Chunker stopped in the doorway, Horton and Chapman heard what sounded like a very loud trumpet playing. When it stopped, Chunker quickly went outside and slammed the door shut. He pressed himself up against the door and soon felt the others pushing to get out. Chunker started laughing as the others were pounding and pushing hard on the door. He could even hear Horton coughing. Open the door, you uneducated piece of pork fat!" Chapman yelled. "Oh my God!" "Come on, Chunker," Horton protested after gagging. "We're gonna die in here." Finally, Chunker got caught off guard when Chapman backed up and ran against the door to both force it open and knock Chunker down. Horton ended up falling on top of both of his friends and sucking for fresh air. Chunker was really laughing it up now. After Chapman eased Horton off him, he got up and pointed down at Chunker. "You really are a sick pig, man. I can't believe you tried to kill us like that." "Seriously, what did you eat earlier?" Horton demanded. Then he gagged and moved farther away from the clubhouse. "Yeah, keep the door open," Chapman told Horton. Then he said to Chunker, "That's the last time we go to Denoyer's Grill with you before we trick-or-treat." Then he coughed and stepped away from the clubhouse. "And lay off that sweet potato pie." After waiting several minutes, Chapman and Horton went back inside to get their pillowcases. From there, they headed back out and onto the streets of Strickfield for more trick-or-treating. They'd received several comments from houses taking part about how they'd been around many times throughout the week. Just the same, they still gave them the treats. After all, Strickfield was the one village where there was no discrimination for trick-or-treating. It was around 11 o'clock when the boys reached Denoyer's Grill. "Now remember, Chunker, we're not going in for food," Chapman reminded him. "You just said you needed a bathroom break." I know, he replied and opened the door. The boys walked inside to a still-packed dining room. They knew October was the biggest month where Denoyer's Grill got the most business. This year, business really picked up during the first full week of trick-or-treating. Now it was Halloween night, and people were still packing Denoyer's Grill. It was also known that Denoyer paid his people extra for working this time of year. "Back again, boys, huh?" Denoyer asked pleasantly. "Just using the bathroom," Chunker told him. "You know where it is." They walked to the men's room and went in. When they were finished, Chapman looked at Horton. "Hey, where's Chunker?" Horton gave a grim look that said he knew. The two of them finished washing their hands and came outside to find Chunker sitting at the counter and eating a piece of Denoyer's famous sweet potato pie. Horton pointed to the pie. "This is why you blew up the clubhouse earlier. This is what, your 5th piece today?" "6th, Chunker corrected him. "Come on, guys. You know I don't feel right using the restroom here and not putting into the till." Chapman wanted to yell again, but he sighed and ordered some French fries. Horton ordered a soft drink. After they finished, they left Denoyer's Grill and headed back out. "We only got 40 minutes until midnight," Horton said. "Do we just head back to the clubhouse, or do we ride it out and get more candy?" "I think we got more than enough to fill the rest of the chest back at the clubhouse," Chunker stated. "Still, 40 minutes is 40 minutes. Might as well end on a high note. Even Chapman wasn't going to give Chunker a hard time. They'd started trick-or-treating right at 6 every night when trick-or-treat week started, and went all the way until the end. They knew they couldn't stop now. Just a little while longer, and they'd have officially trick-or-treated for 7 nights straight, from start to finish. The boys managed to make the rounds on 4 more blocks before it was almost midnight, and the week-long trick-or-treat festivities would be over for the season. "We really did it, guys," Horton said with pride. "We got more candy than we ever did before, and probably from all of our other years combined." "Yeah, we did, didn't we?" Chapman agreed. "I'm surprised Chunker here went the distance." Yeah, when have I ever not?" Chunker demanded. "Well, he did keep up with us on that night last summer," Horton recalled. Chapman pointed at him. "Don't you even talk about that, Toothpick. We said we'd never talk about Abigail Tomlin ever again." When he saw both Horton and Chunker giving him strange looks, he started to wonder himself. He got confirmation when Chunker pointed at him. "You're still dreaming about her too, ain't you?" Chapman didn't want to admit it, but the look on his face said enough. Horton adjusted his circular glasses. "Face it, you guys, we've never been able to forget about that ghostly woman." It had been just shortly after the boys had finished 6th grade and their time at Strickfield Elementary. Now they were at Strickfield Junior High. As much as they had tried, they just couldn't forget the horror they had experienced on the Crybaby Bridge on Indian Hollow Road. It was just supposed to be an urban legend. Brian and his older brother Kenny made plans to scare Horton and Chapman by making it seem like the legend of the Crybaby Bridge was real. Kenny had even gone so far as to mount a speaker at the bridge to amplify the sounds of a little baby crying. The joke had worked, and Horton and Chapman were both scared. Kenny revealed the speaker before he took it down and went home. But what the 3 boys were about to find out was that the legend of the Crybaby Bridge was indeed true. They not only heard a baby crying, Arthur Tomlin, but his mother had appeared in her horrible, ghostly form. The boys were soon running for their very lives when Abigail Tomlin chased them through very heavy winds conjured up by the haunting itself. The boys barely made it as the morning sun came up and sent Abigail Tomlin back to whatever netherworld she may have come from. From that moment on, the boys made it a point to never go anywhere near that bridge on Indian Hollow Road, ever again. Brian really wanted to tell Kenny that the legend of the Crybaby Bridge was real, but he reconsidered when he realized Kenny might actually go out there and check the legend out for himself. After all, their father was the one who told the brothers the story of the Crybaby Bridge. Naturally, Brian wanted to see if the legend was true. Many times over, he'd wished he hadn't. The boys had never been the same after that. They kept having awful nightmares about Abigail Tomlin and the horrible ordeal that had cost her both her life and that of her baby son. Both of them died on that very bridge as a result of her tyrannical husband and the gunfight she had lost to him many, many years ago. The boys felt deep down that Abigail Tomlin wasn't finished with them. Not by a long shot. "I really didn't want to say it," Horton finally confessed. "She's coming back for us. I think she's just waiting for the right time." "How's she going to come back for us?" Chapman demanded. "None of us have ever gone back to Indian Hollow Road, right?" Chunker shook his head. "I haven't. No way." "Me neither," Horton confessed. "I haven't either," Chapman also confessed. Then he reached out and swung his fist at nothing. "Why are we still dreaming about her then? It's like she's still haunting us. I don't want to say anything to Mom and Dad. I don't know what they'd say." "Well, my mom would likely take me to a shrink," Horton piped up. "She already thinks I'm crazy enough, especially since I'm hanging around with you two." Both of them sighed. They knew Horton's mother never really liked either of them. Still, she never forbade her son from being friends with them. Chapman and Chunker didn't want to give Horton's mom a reason to finally reconsider that. The three of them had been friends since first grade at Strickfield Elementary, and had been through a lot together. While they were different in so many ways, they made their friendship last going into junior high. They knew they didn't want their group to end. "Abigail Tomlin's going to keep driving us crazy," Chunker stated. "I'm surprised we aren't already nuts." "Or maybe we are and we just don't know it yet," Horton interjected. "Shut up," Chapman snapped, pushing Horton a little. Then he groaned. "Let's go back to the clubhouse and talk about this some more. I don't want to talk about this out here." "Good idea," Chunker agreed. The boys turned down a nearby street, which took them past the gated community, where it was all Mirrans. It always seemed to be the one area of Strickfield that stood out around October and December. The Mirrans never opened their gated community for Halloween for trick-or-treating, and they certainly never decorated for Christmas. The boys were quick to notice how deathly still it seemed on the outside. They kept walking until they were clear of the gated community. The boys continued to walk in silence. They would only have about 3 blocks before they'd reach Chunker's house and their clubhouse. They'd just finished walking the first block and crossed into the second. They were about a 1/4 mile into the block when they started to pass Village Cemetery. It was then when they heard some sounds in the distance. "You guys hear that?" Chunker asked quietly. "Sounds like little kids playing?" Chapman replied, scratching his bird head. "It's after midnight," Horton noted. Then he checked his smartwatch. "It's almost 12:30. "Yeah, but we're in junior high," Chapman stressed. "The cops aren't going to say anything to us. Besides, we're not too far from Chunker's house." "We might as well keep moving," Chunker suggested. Then they heard the sounds of the little kids laughing in the cemetery again. The boys wanted to turn away and keep going. But deep down, "We should head inside and check on those kids," Chapman said. "Yeah, but," Horton stammered. When he saw the slight glare on Chapman's face, he sighed. "Yeah, you're right. It is too late for those kids to be out here. And in a graveyard," Chunker added. The boys went to the cemetery entrance and found the iron gates were locked. When they heard the children laughing again, they realized they had only one way inside. They tossed their pillowcases of candy over the wall and scaled it to get inside. After dropping to the grass below, they picked up their candy and stashed it until they could come back for it and leave. "Over there," Chunker said, pointing in the direction of the laughter. The boys walked cautiously through the seemingly endless rows of tombstones. Village Cemetery wasn't nearly as big as Strickfield Cemetery, but it may as well have been, with the atmosphere. There was a light fog among the tombstones. Even though it was officially November 1st now, Halloween night itself continued into the late hours in many places. Strickfield was no exception. "I can't believe I'm walking around in a graveyard on Halloween night," Horton groaned. Yeah, Chunker muttered. "Stick close." The boys kept walking cautiously through the cemetery until they came upon the scene of the laughter. It looked as though a group of children were in their Halloween costumes. They were laughing as it seemed they were playing a game. "Well, it don't look like they're in any danger," Chunker observed. "Okay, guess we can go home then," Horton uttered quickly. As Horton turned away, Chapman snatched his wrist. "Come on, dude, really? Don't forget, safety in numbers here." When Horton calmed down, Chapman let go of him. The boys watched the children still playing their game. They weren't sure what the game was, but it looked like some form of hide and seek. Before the boys were going to talk about what to do next, "Ghost in the graveyard! Ghost in the graveyard!" the boys shrieked with fright before they turned around to see a little girl dressed as Little Red Riding Hood, pointing at Chunker in his zombie makeup. "Ghost in the graveyard! Ghost in the graveyard!" she called out again. It wasn't long before a little boy came up next to the girl. His costume looked quite awkward. He appeared to be all wet. His makeup was really good because he seemed to look like he had some stages of decomposition on his face and arms. "That's not the ghost, Annabeth," the boy told her. "The ghost is still around in here somewhere. You know who the ghost is." Annabeth turned to the boy, still pointing at Chunker. "But he looks like a ghost too, Arthur." Arthur was looking the boys over. "It's not him," he told Annabeth again. "What are you guys doing out here in the cemetery?" Chapman asked. "It's after midnight. Aren't you afraid the cops will come here?" Arthur laughed. "The police never come in here on Halloween. They got way too much to do tonight to be looking in here." "But what are you doing in here?" Horton asked. "Aw, we're playing our favorite game for Halloween night, Ghost in the Graveyard," Arthur answered. "Want to play?" The boys looked among themselves with uncertainty. "Oh, come on," Arthur beckoned. "It's Halloween night. We got the whole graveyard to ourselves. There ain't going to be any cops looking in here. Trust me on this one." Okay," Horton stammered. "We can play a few rounds, right? No school tomorrow and all." "Yeah, okay," Chapman agreed. Chunker seemed just as unsure as his friends, but he still gave an affirming nod. Arthur motioned for the boys to follow him and Annabeth. He called for the other children, who were quick to gather around. "Okay, people, these guys are playing Ghost in the Graveyard with us," he told them. "The ghost is still out there." Then he explained the rules to the boys as he pointed to the nearby mausoleum. "That's our home base. We already picked somebody to be the ghost. The ghost is out there in this cemetery somewhere. Now we'll chant the hours again so the ghost knows we got new players in the game. I'll call out once we finish the chant. Once I do, we all go out looking for the ghost. If anybody spots the ghost, you yell, 'Ghost in the Graveyard,' and run back to home base, the mausoleum. Now, if the ghost catches you at any point and you're not at home base, then you become the next ghost. Got it?" The boys nodded. Then Arthur led the chant by chanting the hours. When they reached midnight, Arthur called out, "Midnight! Midnight! We hope we don't see a ghost tonight!" Everybody cautiously walked away from the mausoleum and started looking around. The boys pulled out their smartphones and turned on their camera flashes. They found they weren't much help after a little bit. They also noticed they weren't getting any reception. "I don't like this," Horton whispered. "Something's really wrong here. I can feel it." "Yeah, I feel the same way," Chunker agreed. "It'll be okay, guys," Chapman said. "We'll just play a few rounds and then get these kids to go home." "You don't sound so sure of yourself," Horton said. Chapman didn't have to say it, but Horton and Chunker could both see on his face that he was just as concerned as them. Just then, "Oh, come on, Chunker, really?" Horton groaned as he coughed and waved his hand in front of his face. Chapman was also waving his hand in front of his own face. "Man, Chunker, you gotta stop eating so much of Denoyer's sweet potato pie." "I'm sorry, guys," Chunker said quietly. "It's kinda scary in here." "It's no different than during the day," Chapman countered, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Don't you watch scary movies?" Horton demanded. "You know what you said ain't right. It's always different in a cemetery at night." Chapman groaned. "But we're not in a scary movie, nerd." "You're right. We're in a very scary graveyard on Halloween night," Horton said quickly. "It was nighttime when we saw a ghost over the summer." "Yeah, we know ghosts are real, Chapman. Chunker reminded him. Chapman looked like he wanted to yell at both of them, but he kept his thought to himself. Instead, any of you guys see the ghost yet? Horton shook his head. No. Nope, Chunker replied. Could be anywhere. And then Arthur joined up with them. It's okay, guys. There's nothing to worry about. Once we find the ghost, we run back to home base. You sure there's somebody being the ghost out there, right? Chunker asked. We've been looking around and we haven't seen anybody else. Except you, Horton added. Trust me, there is a ghost, Arthur promised. Probably stalking us right now, unless the ghost is where the others are. No, Horton disagreed. You said if anybody saw the ghost, they're supposed to chant ghost in the graveyard. Yeah, we haven't heard anybody chant yet, Chunker stressed. Village cemetery was lit decently, thanks to the streetlights around the paths. The boys didn't want to say it, but they seemed to think that Arthur's makeup looked more and more realistic in terms of the decomposition. And he still looked soaking wet. If he was supposed to be a zombie himself, then whoever did his makeup was really good. Let's check over there at that mausoleum, Arthur suggested. At first Horton hesitated. Then Chapman reminded him. Safety in numbers. Okay, Horton groaned. The four boys cautiously walked to the mausoleum Arthur was guiding them to. I'm pretty sure the ghost is hiding in there. That's where she was last time. Yeah, but wouldn't it be better to hide somewhere else? Chapman asked. Arthur didn't say anything, but they continued until they reached the entrance of the mausoleum. Mom? You in there? Arthur called out. Horton looked from Chunker to Chapman. Mom? Now both Chunker and Chapman had the same worried looks as Horton. Suddenly, the door to the mausoleum flew open. To the horror of the three friends, a ghastly, glowing woman who wore a blood-stained, damp wedding gown now stood in the doorway. Her flesh was quite decayed, and her red eyes glowed as bright as those at a railroad crossing gate. The apparition screamed with delight as she looked upon the three faces. My babies, you've finally come home to your mother, Abigail Tomlin said in her dead and disembodied voice. Then she held her arms out to grab them. Abigail Tomlin! The three friends screamed together. Then they turned and ran for all they were worth. The ghost of Abigail Tomlin screamed herself to pierce the stillness of the night as she began chasing them. We're not at the bridge, Chunker moaned. How is this even happening? Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, Horton squealed. We gotta get out of here, Chapman yelled. There will never be any escape for you, my babies, Abigail Tomlin called out to them. Not this time, and never again. To the surprise of Chapman and Horton, Chunker was actually running fast enough to leave them behind. Horton shrieked, and both he and Chapman ran faster to keep up with him. As the boys came upon the other children, they were yelling for them to run, waving their arms at them frantically. Ghost in the graveyard! For real! Horton screamed. Get out of here! Go home! Chapman added. We're all gonna die if she catches us! For real! Chunker yelled. When the other children saw Abigail Tomlin, they all screamed and scattered. You can run all you want, Arthur called to the three friends. There's no escape. Mom will have you all. You escaped her once, but there's no escape this time. Then Horton made a startling realization. He said his name was Arthur. That's the name of Abigail Tomlin's little baby boy, like in the Legend of Crybaby Bridge. You mean Arthur's a ghost too? Chunker cried in disbelief. Makes sense, Chapman gasped. He calls her Mom. They both died together at the bridge years ago. You may run as much as you like, my children, Abigail Tomlin called to them. You are within the boundaries of this burial ground. You will never escape me again, especially not before the sun rises. The boys knew the sun wouldn't be up for several hours yet.
It was just after 1 o'clock. "We can't keep running much longer," Chunker groaned. "Let's get back to the wall and climb over," Chapman yelled. The boys quickly reached the wall. With all the strength and determination that came from being scared for their lives, the boys quickly scaled the wall and dropped to the outside. Abigail Tomlin floated high enough to where they could see her. However, she could not float over the wall itself. The boys knew they were safe, but Abigail Tomlin gave them a weird look before she slowly lowered herself back into the cemetery. "Let's get out of here," Chunker said after catching his breath. Horton was inclined to agree. However, "We can't, guys. We can't just leave those kids in there. Abigail Tomlin will claim them. You know she will. You guys want to go home, then go, but I won't be able to sleep tonight knowing I didn't at least try to save them." True, the boys had escaped Abigail Tomlin once more. However, they knew Horton was right, and he certainly did not want to go back in there himself. "I'm with you, Horton," Chapman said. "Way to put a guilt trip on us, but you're right. You know we're not going to make it out again, right? Tomlin's going to get us this time." "Yeah, I know," Horton replied. "You know I'm really scared, but I'm going back in." Chunker put a hand on Horton's shoulder and laughed a little. "We still got to get all our candy we left in there. I'm not letting Abigail Tomlin have all that candy. No way." The others laughed a little at Chunker's humor, even though the candy was the farthest thing from their minds. "Thanks for being my best friends, guys," Horton said. Chunker pointed sharply at him. "No, you don't. We're getting back out of here, and you better believe that," though he didn't sound as confident as he would have liked. "I got a plan to get the children out," Horton told them. The other two listened as Horton explained the plan. "It's suicide, but let's do it," Chapman said. "Yeah!" Chunker cheered. The boys took a deep breath before they scaled the wall again and dropped back into the cemetery. They ran in the direction of the children screaming. It wasn't long before they saw the ghost of Abigail Tomlin floating near the kids. She had them backed up against the mausoleum that was declared home base. Of course, she had no intention of honoring that part of Ghost in the Graveyard. "Hey, Abigail! Over here!" Chunker called out. "Leave them alone!" Chapman added. "It's us you want, remember?" Horton put his thumbs in his ears. "Na, na, 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 na." Abigail Tomlin immediately turned to them. "It's time to come home, my children. You've been in the mortal realm long enough." As soon as she began floating towards them, Chunker called to the children, "Get out of here, now!" The boys saw the children move from the home base mausoleum and run to the wall. Arthur Tomlin couldn't stop them as they helped each other get up and over. The boys stood their ground as Abigail Tomlin continued closing the gap between herself and the boys. As they agreed, they would stand their ground until every last child had escaped. It was when the last one had scaled the wall that Abigail Tomlin finally reached them. The boys never screamed as she touched all three of them to bring them into the realm of the dead. Now, Abigail Tomlin had finally claimed the three of them as her own. "You're finally home at last, my long-lost children. Now my son Arthur will not be so lonely." The family and friends of the boys and the children of those they saved searched Village Cemetery again and again. The only thing they turned up were the 3 pillowcases full of candy. As far as Brian Chunk, Richie Horton, and Bill Chapman went, their bodies were never found. In fact, they were never found within the entire village of Strickfield. After several weeks of searching and an investigation, the boys were finally given up for lost. In fact, the 3 boys were never, ever seen again. However,
If you're ever full-heartedly brave enough and you happen to drive into Strickfield, go to the bridge on Indian Hollow Road. The Crybaby Bridge, at night. Just remain there for a while. When you feel the winds starting to blow, you might, just might, hear the cries of Brian Chunk, Richie Horton, and Bill Chapman calling out for help from beyond the mortal realm as we know it. And you might even see the ghost of Abigail Tomlin, who continues to haunt this region of Strickfield, especially on Halloween night.
Tricks and Treats, Volume 2. So nice, we had to do it twice. A cool breeze blew down the sidewalk, past the swarms of costumed merrymakers, stirring up small cyclones of discarded candy wrappers and haunted house leaflets. A lone figure stood in the center of the chaos, head down like a stage actor, waiting for the curtain to rise. The tall, impossibly thin man had on a top hat and wore a bright, gaudy suit with tails. With his handlebar mustache and Van Dyke beard, he looked like a demonic circus ringmaster. He leaned on a cane, blocking a substantial part of the sidewalk, but the revelers, unconsciously, parted around him, like he wasn't even there. Suddenly, as if someone flipped a switch, the strange man sprung into action. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, righters and wrongers, killers and prey, he said as he spun in a circle, his cane whipping through the air, barely missing some of the pedestrians. I am the Count of Carnage, the Prince of the Perverse, the Phantom of the Faithless, and your humble host, he said, winking. Jack Scratch. He performed an impossibly low bow, his hat almost touching the ground. Standing up straight, Jack began strolling down the sidewalk. Tonight is a special night, the unholiest of nights. All Hallows Eve, or Halloween as you humans call it, Jack spoke. This is the one night a year that I can leave the infernal flames of hell and walk among you mortals. He paused to light a cigar. The pure joy of it registered on his face. As Hell's Director of Talent Acquisition, I have been all over your world. I've seen the worst you have to offer. However, there is one place that never disappoints. One place where killers seem to multiply like rabbits, and mothers constantly weep. Jack stopped and spread his arms. Strickfield, Ohio! He took a long, deep breath and seemed to shiver with anticipation when he exhaled. You can just smell the crazy in the air. He continued strolling down the sidewalk. Strickfielders love Halloween. Just look at them, he said, pointing to the mob of trick-or-treaters crowding the streets. An entire town raised to love the gruesome and the macabre, so used to murder and mayhem that they spend an entire month celebrating it. Just thinking about it brings a tear to my eye, Jack said. What happens when someone doesn't appreciate the darker side of life? One who moves into a community but rejects what they hold dear. Jack stops and points at a house across the street. Well, there's no time like the present, so let's find out. This one is called Beggars Can't Be Choosers by Morgan Moore. Now go away, kid, you bother me. The sound of the doorbell ringing brings Melissa White to her front door. With a sigh, she scoops up the bowl set by the door, opens it, and is greeted as she had been all night
by a group of kids dressed up for Halloween.
Trick or treat!
They all shout at once. "Oh, wow, look at you all, you're so spooky." Melissa doesn't even attempt to mask how over the night she was. She quickly hands each child a piece of candy with the best smile she can muster. "All right then, you scary kids. Don't eat too much and be safe out there." Before a child can even blink at her actions, Melissa shuts the door and releases a sigh. God, I hate Halloween. The irony was not lost on Melissa that for how much she hated the holiday, she moved to Strickfield, a town which didn't just celebrate the holiday yearly, but around the clock come October. If she would have known about the village's infatuation with the damned day, she would have never moved there. But it was affordable, and she wasn't going to turn down the small house that she had inherited from her aunt. What made it seemingly more insufferable than any other Halloween was the costumes she saw. It was one thing for a kid to dress up like a movie monster or a psychopath, but she saw child after child dressed like actual killers. Upon announcing her intentions to move to Strickfield, and once getting there, Melissa quickly learned the village had a history of killings and numerous serial killers, some of which taking on near idol status in the small community. So since October started, she got to learn all about every last one, and got to see every child up to adults dressed as those lunatics. It made her sick. Melissa rolled her eyes and walked over to her couch and plopped down on it. She looked at her hand, which still had the bowl she was using for candy. With a shrug, she reached into it with her other hand. Nothing touched her fingers or palm as she searched for something to snack on. Melissa looked into the bowl and was met with the sight of nothing but her hand being inside. "Ah, shit," she muttered. She was screwed. On the one hand, it gave her an excuse to just turn off the lights and call it a night, but she knew better. She had been seen handing out candy, and even with it being 9 o'clock, there were still people roaming the streets in search of treats. Eventually, her doorbell would be pushed and then knocked on until she would be forced to answer it. Heavens knew what would happen if she did and had to announce to the beggars that there was no more candy to be had. Keep participating in this rotating psycho fashion show and get more candy, or call it a night and probably have the house and my car messed with. Melissa contemplated her options. It didn't take her long to reach the conclusion to grab her purse and keys and find a store that somehow still had candy to buy. Melissa slowly drove through Strickfield, her speed due to the number of people blindly walking through the streets. She groaned at the snail's pace she was going. All would be fine as Melissa had passed a few stores that were clearly still open, yet the heavy foot traffic made it next to impossible to turn into any of them. As her drive progressed, less and less buildings became present as scenery. From what little she had traversed the village in her short time there, Melissa had never come out this far. Most of the activity was in the heart of the village, not out in the boonies. On the plus side, being this far out meant there was no foot traffic to hinder her driving. But being out this far in the dark on Halloween definitely sent a shiver down Melissa's spine. Melissa continued her drive through what started to look more and more like countryside. Her attention suddenly snapped to the left. Was that? She questioned, having driven past whatever it was too quickly. Melissa put the car in reverse and slowly backed up to what had caught her eye. The sight of it brought a smile to her face. In front of her was an old general store that was still open. Thank God! Melissa maneuvered the car into what could pass as a parking lot for the store and turned the car off. Outside, she shivers as the autumn air brushes against her, crisp and chilly. Melissa made her way toward the general store, cautious of the environment and its lack of outdoor lighting. Only the faint glow of the light from inside the store led her way. As she opened the door, a bell chimed and nearly gave her a heart attack. God, this place is old, isn't it? Melissa walked around the store, the light inside faint as it was from the outdoors. The place reminded her of an Amish store she visited once in Indiana. Everything on the shelves appeared to be homemade, stored in either plastic bags or mason jars, handwritten labels carefully glued to each item with what it was and how much it cost. Melissa was certainly impressed by the amount of items the store seemed to have, and its owners had made. Melissa continued to walk through the store in search of any kind of candy she could find. Rounding a corner, she found what she was looking for, a small wooden shelf against the wall, filled with bags of homemade candy. Perfect, she exclaimed. Melissa plucked a couple of bags from the shelf with a smile. She turned around to head back toward the front of the store, only to find her path blocked by a man. He was only a few hairs taller than her, but was very visibly over double her age. "May I help you?" he asked. The old man, while taller than Melissa, spoke with a softness that she assumed came from his old age. His attire, whether a Halloween costume or his everyday clothes, reminded her of a pioneer or the Amish, only without the beard. It seemed rather fitting for him. "Oh, sorry, I was just trying to find some candy," Melissa fumbles out. The old man looks her up and down and smiles. "Well, it looks like you found some. Is that all you need?" "I would say yes," Melissa responded. "Great. Well then, let's get you cashed out and on your way." The man smiled and turned to head toward the front of the store. Melissa raised an eyebrow quizzically, but shrugged and followed after the man. Up front, she tossed the bags onto the counter. "Run out tonight, did you?" he asked. "Yeah, didn't expect to get as much foot traffic as I did." "Must be new to the area, aren't you?" "Bingo," Melissa replied with a slight smile. "Oh, there's a pretty smile. I'm not surprised you weren't more prepared then. Halloween is a big night and a big deal for those here in Strickfield. Always has been," the old man explained. "So I've heard," Melissa answered with a small roll of her eyes. "Not a fan of Halloween?" the man asked after catching her rolling her eyes. "Not really. I always found it kinda goofy growing up. If anything, living here has made me dislike it more. Constantly being surrounded by it does no favors for me. Not to mention it's pretty revolting seeing kids dressed up as serial killers." "Well, it's up to the parents what their children want to do." "That's part of the problem. It's disgusting how okay it is that this, and forgive me for saying it, backwoods town idolizes mass murderers and a stupid holiday that's only point is to drive candy sales and horror movie rentals. Truth be told, I wouldn't even be buying this if I wasn't afraid of having the little rugrats kick my door down. They'd probably try to eat me in place of the candy." Melissa ranted to the store owner. She paused after finishing her sentence and looked at the old man. His face, which minutes ago showed an old warmth and pleasantness, was now replaced by cold eyes and a frowned, furrowed brow. Something about the old man's face and how he was now holding his body made the hairs on Melissa's neck stand up and put her on edge. It was as if her insulting the holiday had offended the once kind sales clerk, having committed a mortal sin. Melissa felt her cheeks grow hot from embarrassment at the situation. How much do I owe you?" she asked cautiously. "Well, dear, let's just call it paying it forward," he answered. "I don't get it," she responded in confusion. "Well, paying it forward means I give you these because of generosity I've received," he explained. "Oh, okay." Melissa carefully reached across the counter and took the bags of candy. She went to walk away and head back home, but paused. The words the old man had just said rewound and then replayed in her head. Melissa turned around and looked at the old man. "Hey, may I ask you something?" "Of course," he replied. "You said you received a generosity. I'm curious as to what it was," Melissa questioned. Well, let's see. You gave me some sourness, which, as you could expect, is something we use in many of our goods. Besides, you got some chocolate coins, so we can just consider those your pay for the ferryman." The old man elaborated before ending with a warm smile. Melissa looked in confused terror at the old man. On one hand, she didn't understand what any of this had to do with generosity. Yet, something about how he spoke and the way he was smiling made her feel as if a terrible event was going to happen. Right. Well, I gotta go," Melissa choked out. She turned around to leave only to find herself surrounded by what she assumed was the old man's family. Each one was dressed in the same Amish-like attire, the only difference being for the girls who wore dresses of the same fashion. Melissa couldn't believe they had appeared as quickly as they did and found herself equally unable to find a way to escape their encircling of her. As they got closer and closer, Melissa felt panic overtake her, shutting down all brain function and leaving her like a defenseless newborn baby. She dropped the candy save for the chocolate coins, remembering what the man had said. Yes, I think this might be the best treat we could have gotten this year. Now remember, children, we must remember to pay it forward. Strickfield gave us this wonderful package of ingredients. Yes. New from Crows in Hand Old Time General Store. Short on candy bars but need something sweet for your trick-or-treaters? Try our new Sour Nut Clusters. All the salty crunchiness of the nuts you love with the sourness and coating of your favorite candies. They're so crunchy and sour, you'd almost think we made them from your worst enemies. So come on down and get yourself our new Sour Nut Clusters at Crows in Hand Old Time General Store. My, Jack said, popping a piece of candy into his mouth. I'm not normally a fan of recycling, but... He eats another one. You can't argue with the results. Best damn sour nuts I've ever tried. Jack began to stroll down the sidewalk, his cane twirling in his hands. Strickfield attracts killers and fiends of all types. Humans, ghosts, vampires, werewolves, everything and anything is possible in Strickfield. It baffles me why any good-hearted mortal who makes it out would ever come back. But if they did, wouldn't it be grand if they unintentionally brought death and destruction with them? Not only is Strickfield a cruel bitch, it also has a wicked sense of humor. He grandly gestured at a pair of women across the street. Well, we'll see what happens to these two young ladies in just a moment. But first, here's something even more terrifying for you. A word from our sponsors. What? You think hell pays well? Not a chance. Halloween Cookies by Keith Tomlin. Children, teenagers, and even adults walked the streets in costume, their laughter reverberating in the chilly October air. Two women, Megan Smith and her aged mother, May, turned off the sidewalk and headed up a walkway to the front door of a modest yellow 2-story home. May was all smiles as she looked around the neighborhood she lived in for most of her life. When they reached the door, Megan rapped sharply, and they waited. Within a few seconds, the door was opened by a slightly overweight man in his early 30s, dressed as Beetlejuice. "Trick or treat!" May yelled. "Trick or treat!" the man said back to her. Suddenly his eyes grew wide as he realized who was standing at his door. "Auntie May? Is that you? Daniel! I wouldn't have recognized you if Megan hadn't told me that you lived here." Daniel stepped forward and gave May a gentle hug,
trying not to smash the covered tray that she was carrying. I haven't seen you in what? 15 years? Let me get Sarah. Daniel stepped back inside and yelled for Sarah, his wife. After not hearing a response, he apologized. She's giving the baby a bath and putting him to bed. Why don't you come in and wait? She would love to see you. Sorry, dear, May said, patting his cheek. I have a lot of houses to visit tonight. After all, it's Halloween. Don't worry, though. I'm moving back to Strickfield, so you'll see a lot more of me. I'm moving in with Megan and her boyfriend. She lowered her voice. I was living with my other daughter in Phoenix, but she's getting divorced and had to move into a smaller house. Mother, don't air our dirty laundry in public, Megan said, aghast. Oh, hush, Daniel is family, May retorted. When May lived in this neighborhood, she considered any kid within 8 blocks of her house, and their parents, family. She would give every kid small but thoughtful gifts for birthdays and Christmases. She never said no to babysitting, and her house was a wonderful, chaotic mess of children. She loved every second of it. 12 years ago, after her husband passed, her health began to fail, and her children convinced her to move to the warm and dry climate of Arizona. The losses of her beloved husband and her adopted family blew out the spark she had in her eyes, and her life in Arizona became one of mere existence. But now that she was back in Strickfield, there was a new bounce in her step. May was about to ask about Daniel's parents when she noticed a young, green-faced child with big eyes peering around his legs. My, who is this? May exclaimed. Daniel gently scooted the child forward. This is Chloe, my daughter, he said proudly. I'm a Ninja Turtle, Chloe said shyly, pointing at her Leonardo costume. Oh, that sounds like fun. Do you eat flies? May asked, bending down to look the little girl in the face. Chloe laughed. No, silly, I eat pizza. Good choice, May said. Do you eat cookies? Chloe's eyes brightened at that. Yes, Ninja Turtles can eat cookies, she exclaimed. May looked up at Daniel, who nodded. Let's see, she said as she opened up her Tupperware tray. We don't have turtles, but we do have bats, spiders, kitty cats, and wolves. Ooh, I'll take a woof, Chloe said, excitedly reaching out. There you go, dear. May smiled as she handed the little one a sugar cookie, shaped like a wolf. Chloe turned and ran deeper into the house, holding the cookie to her chest like she was afraid that someone would take it from her. Daniel called after her, Hey, come back and thank Auntie May. Sighing, he turned back and apologized. May waved the apology off, and after her daughter helped her stand back up, she held out the tray to Daniel. Care for a cookie? Daniel's shoulders slumped. I wish I could. I always loved your cookies, but I'm diabetic and I've already dipped into her candy bag more than I should have this evening. They stood there for a few minutes more and exchanged their goodbyes, ending with May promising to stop by on Saturday to meet the rest of the family. As the women turned to walk away, Megan realized that she hadn't seen her mother this happy since before her father died. Chloe played with her Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle action figures, acting out scenarios where they saved April O'Neil from a rampaging wolf in the form of May's sugar cookie. When this became boring, she had Leonardo cut the head off the wolf cookie, ending the threat. She celebrated by eating the cookie head first, savoring each bite. Chloe put her figures away, grabbing her coloring books, and began to carefully draw within the lines. After a few minutes, she started to sweat, and a feeling of intense fear began washing over her. She started to yell out for her father, but something, a feeling of apprehension, held her back. A figure passed her open door, causing Chloe to shrink back in terror. The creature looked like a monster, one of the wolfmen from the scary movies that her parents didn't let her watch, but she did anyway. She heard the front door open. Snarls and howls floated down the hall, ending when the front door was shut. She sat there on her bed, paralyzed until the creature walked by again.
pausing in her doorway. It stared at her, its lips curled back in rage, spittle spraying from its mouth as it glowered at her. Chloe broke her stillness as she screamed and rolled off the bed. Grabbing the plastic katana from her costume, she dove under the bed. She waited, trembling with fear, until the wolfman, on his knees, pulled the blanket aside and peered at her, his long teeth glinting in the lamplight. Chloe screamed again and thrust the sword forward, catching the monster in the face. It pulled back and let out a horrific howl as she scuttled out the other side and ran out of the room. "My God, it's so good to see you, Aunt May," Christine said, giving the old woman another hug. "Same here, my dear. It's so good to be back. I've been gone for way too long," May replied. Christine waved her daughter over and presented her to May. "This is Dee. She would have been 2 or 3 the last time you saw her." "My, she's grown into such a lovely girl," May exclaimed. Christine looked down at her daughter and pointed at May. "Dee, this is Auntie May. She was everyone's favorite neighbor when we were growing up." Dee looked at May and in a flat, bored tone said, "Hi." She looked back at her mom and asked, "Can I go to my room and listen to music?" Christine sighed. "Fine, go." Dee began to walk away when May spoke. "Oh, I almost forgot. Do you want a Halloween cookie?" She held out the tray to the girl. Dee hesitated and nodded, grabbing a cookie shaped like a spider before walking off. "I'm sorry. You know how teenagers are," Christine said, apologetic. "Oh dear, no need to tell me," May responded, pointedly looking at Megan. "Nonsense, I was an angel," Megan said, playfully smacking her mother on the shoulder. Dee flopped on the bed, grabbing her phone out of her back pocket and putting in her earbuds. She absently ate the cookie as she scrolled through Instagram posts and listened to music. After a few minutes, she began to feel strange, like someone was watching her. The hair on the back of her neck was standing up. She removed the earbuds and heard screeching and scratching coming from the other room. She slowly rose from the bed and made her way into the hall. "Scott is working second shift at Mirren Automotive. He'll be sorry he missed you. Let's all get together and have dinner some night at Denoyer's Grill," Christine said. Noticing the look on May's face, she said, "Sorry, I forgot you have an issue with that place." "Mom is slowly getting over it now that she's not able to cook as much as she used to," Megan said. May couldn't contain herself. "I don't think you can call something homemade if it's being cooked in the back of a kitchen of a diner. Besides, I still say that they stole my recipe for country fried chicken gravy," May huffed. Dee snuck down the hall, the clicking and scraping getting louder with every step. She stopped at the doorway to the living room and peered around the corner. She quickly pulled back, stifling a scream. Fighting the panic that threatened to immobilize her, she looked around the corner again. Standing where her mother had been was a humanoid creature with the head of a spider. In addition to the 2 legs the creature was standing on, there were 6 thin, spider-like legs sticking out of its back. The legs absently tapped and scraped along the open front door and the walls surrounding it. 2 other spider creatures stood on the porch, and all 3 were emitting high-pitched noises. Dee slowly backed down the hall, her heart racing as she tried to clear her head. She thought, what would Dad do? Then she remembered the shotgun. Every year on his birthday, he took her to the sportsman club to shoot skeet, so she knew how to use a shotgun, and she knew where he kept it. Decision made. She turned and ran toward her parents' room. Daniel looked at his eye in the mirror. It was swelling shut and he couldn't see anything out of it. His wife Sarah walked into the room and put her arm around him. "How's your eye?" she asked. "Not good. I'll probably have to go to the ER, Daniel said. Chloe's not in her room, Sarah said. I wonder what got into her. I have no idea. I was asking her if she liked the cookie when she freaked out and hid under the bed. When I checked on her, she jabbed me with that damn sword, Daniel said, wincing with pain as he dabbed a damp washcloth around his eye, cleaning up some of the fresh blood seeping from it. I'll keep looking for her. Hopefully she didn't leave the house, his wife said. She was scared to death, poor thing. As soon as we find her and calm her down, I'll head to the hospital, Daniel said. No, I don't want you driving. We should call an ambulance, Sarah said. Daniel was about to protest when he heard light footsteps running down the hall. Chloe stormed into the room wearing the full Leonardo costume and brandishing a large butcher's knife. She began swinging it wildly with almost superhuman strength, plunging it first into her father and then into her mother, over and over again. A few minutes later, Chloe stood over the remains of the two wolf monsters. She was wiping blood from her face when she heard the high-pitched howling coming from the baby's room. She gripped the knife with determination and turned, walking out of the bathroom. Christine examined the cookie in her hand, shaped like a cat. Wow, the details on these cookies are amazing, she exclaimed. I know, perfect for Halloween. When I moved in with Megan, she gave me an amazing set of horror-themed cookie cutters, May said. I found them at some hole-in-the-wall antique store near the Strickfield Town Center Mall, called, Tinker's or something like that. The owner was a bit peculiar, but the prices were amazing, Megan interjected. Christine was about to take a bite when she heard a yell behind her. As she turned, the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being racked filled her ears. Jack holds up one finger, like he's waiting for something. Off in the near distance, you can hear gunshots, and Jack swings his hands back and forth like he's conducting a symphony. The people milling about the street jump, startled, and look around. Not seeing any immediate threat, they hurry on about their business. When the last shot ends, he sighs. Oh well, that was fun while it lasted. You have to give it up for Isley Tinker. He does good work. I don't know how he stays in business selling cursed antiques at such low prices. Artists. Jack rolls his eyes. Jack begins to continue strolling down the street when suddenly he stops. Wait. I know that smell. The sickly, sweet scent of decay, Jack said, breathing deeply. I think we're in for a treat, he said, almost giddy with anticipation. That's what I love about Strickfield. You never know who you'll run into. He turns and points at the house up the block. Ah, there we go. I wish I had popcorn because I'm expecting quite a show. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, Jack said as he lit up another cigar. After a quick word from our sponsors, of course. Beggar's Night Massacre by Rob Fields. As I walked down Park Avenue with my plastic pumpkin basket and my drink bottle, I got to thinking more about how the village of Strickfield made trick-or-treating a full week instead of just one night. This year I heard people calling the last full week of Halloween Beggar's Week. I think I can see why the people here call it that. By definition, Beggar's Night is when trick-or-treating falls on any other night but Halloween. But now there are 6 additional nights of trick-or-treating prior to Halloween right here in this village, meaning the first 6 nights are technically Beggar's Nights. I take a quick drink of the red liquid from my bottle and see the porch light of my next house. I walk up to the door of 19 Park Avenue and ring the bell. I can hear Bobby Pickett's Monster Mash playing inside. The door opens, making the music louder. And that's when I see her. "Megan Harris?" I ask. Megan's dressed like a sexy vampire. I am also dressed as a vampire, only I look more like Dracula. Megan opens the screen door. "I think you're too old to be trick-or-treating, Richie," she says, holding the large bowl of candy in her arm. I smirk. "Not in Strickfield. Anybody can trick-or-treat here. No judgments or age discrimination. Never has been. Anyway, where have you been hiding? People at Strickfield High have been saying you disappeared 2 years ago." Megan smiles a little. "I'm here now." Just then, this beefy guy comes and stands at the door with her. "I don't care what Strickfield law says about trick-or-treating. You're too old, dweeb." Then he grins. "Yeah, maybe you're in your second childhood." He scowls now. "Get lost, fuckstick." But I ignore him. "You know, I've been looking everywhere for you too, Megan." Then the guy, whom I recognize as Mike Stanley, opens the door and steps out onto the porch. "You deaf nerd? Beat it, or I am gonna beat your ass." "Mike, just stop," Megan snaps. "This is my house." Just like that, the buffoon listens to her and backs off, and I know he'd like nothing better than to lay into me. Megan turns back. "Hey, since you're here, I'm inviting you to my party. Come on in." "Richie Hawthorne? Are you fucking serious, Megan?" Mike protests. Megan glares at him again. "Last time, shut the fuck up or you can leave right here and now. This is my house and I'll invite whoever I want. I don't give a rat's ass what Ken says." She points to him again. "Just stop." Again, Mike obeys her. Then Megan steps aside to let me come in. There are plenty of people from Strickfield High here at Megan's shindig, and in costume. People are drinking cups of what looks like red punch. The TV's on. A news report about people disappearing from area high schools is on. I watch the report attentively, reading the lips of the people talking over the loud music. Then Megan comes up beside me. "Listen, I'm really glad you're here at my party tonight." I let Megan bring me into the kitchen. She opens the fridge and gives me a can of soda, even though the others are drinking out of 2 big punch bowls on the dining room table. Megan just stands there expectantly. I turn and follow her through the kitchen and out the back door. As soon as we're private enough, she turns and faces me. "I've been watching the news," I tell Megan. "How long did you think it would be before your parents ended up being featured on it? How long were they out looking for you after you disappeared from Strickfield?" Megan kind of looks desperate now. "I know you haven't lived here in Strickfield for long, Richie. You have no idea how my parents constantly smothered me with their religion. It was always them telling me to read my Bible or tuck my shirt in or my skirt's too short. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to lose them." I raise my finger. "Yeah, but you just ran away from home. You never showed up at school. The police were out looking for you. If you were that desperate to leave, you should have just left Strickfield. But here you are, out of the blue, having a Halloween party and hosting trick-or-treating. Aren't you afraid people might recognize you? Cops are stepping up their patrols this week. What if they saw you? Face it, Megan, you're not exactly a subtle kind of girl." The two of us look at each other for a long while, and then things are about to get serious when we hear people hooping and hollering nearby. As soon as we go back inside, this gang of hoodlums enters Megan's house. The others already here don't seem to care. They're all drinking their red punch and doing whatever. I remember seeing these guys at Strickfield High. The leader is Ken Stover. He's probably been in more trouble with Principal Van Diest than Bella Tabon and Ronnie Brunswick combined. Suddenly, Ken pulls Megan to him and locks her in a hungry kiss. Megan wraps her leg around him and kisses him back. When they finish, he shoves her away. Then he goes and smashes the sound system to kill the music.
Now everyone's looking right at him. "Look at you fuckers having a Halloween party." Then Ken screams at Megan. "You didn't invite us, you stupid bitch." He quickly shoves her to the floor. "Did you forget who's running the show around here?" "Yeah, not inviting us ain't polite," Darren Jeevers adds. "We ought to just give Megan to the cops and tell them she's back," Bart Parker suggests. Then Gerald Atkins points right at me. "Who's this fuck? He ain't one of us." Ken comes right at me. "I know nobody invited you to our group. Know why? 'Cause ain't nobody part of this group without me saying so." "I invited him," Megan snaps, standing up. Ken points right behind him at her. "And I'm uninviting him." He points at me now. "Get the fuck out of here, you panty waste." But Megan isn't done yet. "We all know the master's coming. What if he decides Richie might be a worthy offering?" "You never disappoint the master." I can tell Ken still wants me gone. He backs off, however, and pats my shoulder. "Enjoy yourself, fuckface." Suddenly, the doorbell rings. The gang answers the door to see 2 pizza delivery guys standing there with a bunch of pies. "Delivery for 19 Park Avenue?" One of them stammers. Ken opens the screen door and yanks them both inside. The pizza boxes spin or drop to the floor. Then I see the entire gang shudder before they charge. Their hands become claws. Their faces get even uglier than they already were. And then, the others here are transforming. Ken tells everybody, "Pizza's here! Help yourselves!" The pizza guys scream in total terror as they leap to their feet and try running. But where can you run in a house full of bloodthirsty vampires? Suddenly, Ken shoves me aside. "Out of the fucking way, milksop!" The pizza guys keep running before Mikey Stanley snags one of them. Megan snatches the other one. He points to the pizza guy Megan has. "Give me that one!" But Megan won't give him over. We save them for the master. Ken raises his hand to strike her. "You keep forgetting your place here, bitch. I'm calling the shots here. Only reason I took you with me was 'cause you was running from the master. He made you, but you ran away. When I found you, you needed blood. You kept saying the master's coming. We still ain't seen him. If he's so fucking badass, how come he ain't never found you, huh? Also, you ain't never seen what he looks like." Megan shakes her head. "I'm telling you, Ken, you're greatly underestimating him. I did escape, but I can feel he's very close. I never should have run away. You can't beat him, Ken. He'll kill you." She addresses the others at the party now. "All of you." Now Ken finally strikes her, sending her to the floor again. Nobody comes to her aid. Ken turns and points at me. "Grab him too. There's another mortal for us." Megan suddenly jumps on Ken's back. "Run, Richie! Get off of me, bitch!" Ken yells. "Get the milksop, guys!" I quickly turn and run through Megan's house. I grab my pumpkin basket of candy as I reach the back door and escape. I don't get far when I'm grabbed and pulled back into the house. Now I'm thrown to the floor next to the pizza guys. Ken rubs his hands together. "Boys, we are gonna have a banquet." He points to Mike. "How about you order us some more pizzas?" Mike pulls his cell phone out and starts to punch in a number. Then I hear some of the other vampires making noise about something. Now I see the house is catching fire. Just like that. "What the fuck?" Ken yells. Now the fire starts burning the vampires until they're being smothered by it. All except Megan, me, and the pizza guys. Megan quickly grabs my arm. "Let's get out of here. The master's here. He's burning everybody in here alive. I won't let him take you too." The 4 of us make it through the burning vampires and to the back door. We're out in the backyard and keep moving. As soon as we're far enough, we turn to see the house is completely engulfed in flames. We even hear the vampires inside screaming as their immortality is ending, most cruelly. Megan and I keep moving with the pizza guys until we're in a small wooded area. "We made it, Richie," Megan says. "We're safe. We're free now." She's about to take my hand, but suddenly I slap hers away.
Did you really think I would never find you, Megan? You were a fool to think you could truly escape me. I use my power to force Megan to fly back and hit hard against a big tree and fall forward. She lifts her head up and looks at me with utter horror now. You can't be the master! I smile cruelly now and lean forward and slash both of the delivery guys' throats with my long, sharp claws. Then I drink them both up. When I'm finished, I look right at her. You ungrateful cow. I came to you and offered you a way out of your miserable mortal life. I gave you immortality, and running away is how you repay me? At least now I know and understand where your kind come from. You only care about yourselves. Truly, I was foolish to sire you for your beauty alone. No, it's not like that, Megan protests, standing up. I point to her now. Too late. You've abused the gift of immortality, giving it to all those unworthy vermin back there. You even killed your own parents in cold blood. When will you understand? You became mine when I sired you. Mine. I would have given you your heart's desire. All you had to do was stand by me and obey me. Now, I must destroy you. I reach into my suit coat and pull out a very sharp stake. No, Richie, Megan begs. Please, no! I could have just left you to burn in that fire with the others, but that would have been showing you mercy. You need to suffer for your betrayal and your treachery. I kick Megan to the ground and get on top of her. Megan screams as I raise the stake and end her. Once she's nothing but ash, I stand up and retrieve my plastic pumpkin basket. There's still plenty of time to go trick-or-treating while looking for more food. That's the problem with kids today, ungrateful for the gifts they're given, Jack stated as he shook his head. As a fire truck pulled up to the burning house, sirens blaring, Jack took a peek at his watch. Oh my! It's getting late. I have to head down south soon, but I can't leave without partaking in the best sport that Strickfield has to offer. Let's see. Jack opened up his jacket to show a row of knives attached to the inner lining. Decisions. Jack finally selected a long, thin razor-sharp blade and tested the balance in his hand. I must leave you now. I prefer to do my wet work alone. Goodbye until next year. Toodles, my friends, Jack said, waving goodbye.
The Night Stalker by Shane Migliavacca. Millicent Richards, Millie to her friends, sat on the edge of her bed, pulling on her sneakers. She took a deep breath, lost in her thoughts. Tonight she would begin her first real job, and on Halloween no less. A lot less fun than trick-or-treating with Annette Wilson and Diane Samuels. Damn. Millie sure as hell didn't want to go tonight, but she needed the money, and her parents could use the help. She stood. On the radio, Bobby Brown was singing about calling the Ghostbusters, while a muted Night of the Living Dead played on the television. She picked up her bargain groceries cap and adjusted it on her head. She took a moment to look at herself in the mirror. Smartly dressed in her crisp new blue and gold uniform, her light brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. Not too bad. Switching the TV and radio off, Millie picked up her Walkman and orange book bag. She turned to leave, but first turned to her poster of Patrick Swayze, which hung on her bedroom door. Wish me luck. She headed downstairs. The staircase railing was decorated with orange pumpkin-shaped lights. Her mother always went all out for the holidays. Rise from the grave, an artificial voice commanded from her brother's video game in the living room. "See you later, Russ." Without taking his eyes off the TV, Russ waved back. Millie stepped into the hall, taking her coat from the closet. "Can we manage, Barb?" Millie heard her father in the kitchen. "We can try. The extra money'll definitely help." "Is it enough?" I don't know," her mother answered. Millie went to the door quietly and exited the house unnoticed. Witches, zombies, and skeletons rushed up and down the street on the hunt for candy or mischief. She clipped the Walkman to her belt and slid on the headphones. Retrieving her bicycle from the garage, Millie weaved her way through her mom's crazy lawn decorations and past a pair of ghosts arguing over who had more candy. She'd felt a bit self-conscious about going out in her uniform, but it was Halloween night. Everybody was dressed up as something. Millie just happened to look like a bargain groceries clerk. Once Millie was on the road, she pedaled faster and faster, scared she might be late. Shit! She came to a stop. A gaggle of trick-or-treaters and their chaperone were crossing the intersection. "Damn it," Millie swore under her breath. Come on, come on." A car roared up alongside her, its engine drowning out her music. The red Firebird sat, waiting for the procession of kids to cross. Heavy metal cranked to the stereo's highest volume level blared over the thunder of the engine. Millie knew the car. She'd seen it several times at school. Millie felt the two men inside, watching her. "Hey, Troy, look at this. It's a working girl. Get off the bike, darling. I got something you can ride, and it's a stick shift." Millie gulped. "Come on, kids, come on." She tensed up. After the kids had all crossed, the car mercifully roared away. Millie exhaled and pedaled on. She skidded to a stop by the bike rack outside of Bargain Groceries. The parking lot was fairly dead, only some last-minute shoppers left. Millie quickly chained her bike up. The sudden sound of heavy metal music made her heart skip a beat. A familiar red Firebird slowly drove past the store. She watched as it passed, turning off onto a side street. There wasn't much time to worry about if they were looking for her or not, as Millie was pretty sure she was late for her first night on the job. The automatic doors swished open. "Hey!" a young woman called. "Over here, OC!" OC was Millie's nickname from way back, given to her by her best friend at the time, Samantha Vale. A cute redhead waved her over to the break room entrance. She was wearing a uniform like Millie's, but she had an eye patch and a fake mustache on for Halloween. "Quick, punch in! You got a minute to go!" The girl held open the break room door. Just inside the door of the break room was a time clock. Millie pulled out her punch card and pulled the machine's lever. Just in time. "Thanks, Sam," Millie said. Sam had always been a good friend, though high school social status had caused them to drift. They had finally reconnected, and their friendship was stronger than ever. "Stow your bag and jacket in the locker. I'll take you to meet John. He's out back." Sam pointed to Millie's Walkman. "Better stow that too. John's not into having that shit on the job. He's not too bad. He just has his own way of doing stuff." "Hi," the cashier said as they walked past. Millie noted he was wearing pointy fangs. "Avast me, hearty," Sam laughed. "This is Brian." "Hey, Millie, you working here now?" She felt a rush of embarrassment. Brian knew her, but she didn't recognize him at all. "Yeah, I sure do," she struggled. He looked a little disappointed. I sat behind you in English, Mr. Kendrick's class." "Oh, sorry. Right." She still didn't recognize him. "Good to see you," she lied. Thankfully, Sam led her away. "John's a cool boss. Can be a little intense sometimes 'cause he was in Nam." Millie followed Sam to the back of the store, through large double doors. A sign read, "Employees Only." The back area was stuffed with racks and pallets filled with various products piled high. In a cramped little corner in the back was a desk. A middle-aged man sat, talking on the phone. He had the usual store uniform on, as well as a thick pair of glasses. His dark brown hair was cut in a neat crew cut that matched his neatly trimmed mustache. "All right, I understand." He wrote something on a pad. "Special shipment, got it. We'll be ready." He hung up. "Hi, John, I'm not disturbing anything, am I?" Sam asked. "No, jokers from corporate are sending a special shipment for me to unload tonight." He took out a metal lighter and cigarette. Lighting up, he turned to Millie. "New girl?" Millie nodded. Behind him was a sign that read, "No smoking." Next to that sign was a picture of John snuggling with a tiger cub wearing a camouflage cap. Both things summed up John perfectly. "You come very highly recommended." "Well," Sam blushed, "I better get back out there." She left, leaving Millie with John. "So I'll lay out some ground rules around here and what you should expect to be doing work-wise." He opened the desk drawer, taking out a clip-on holster with a box cutter. "You'll need this." He handed it to her, taking a puff of his cigarette. "Clip it onto your belt or pocket." He looked at her shirt. "Did they give you an ID badge?" She reached into her pocket, trying to fish it out. He stood, crushing his cigarette under his heel. "Skip it. Come on. I'll give you the cheap tour." "I have a little test for you." She followed him to an aisle of paper products. Paper towels, boxes of facial tissue, and toilet paper. He arranged some rolls of toilet paper neatly on the shelf. "We call this facing or blocking. It basically creates the appearance that the shelves are perfectly stocked. You do this by pulling a couple of products on the shelf to the front. We also pull down anything that's double stacked." He demonstrated for Millie a couple more times. Among some rolls of paper towels, he found a jar of peanut butter, causing him to grumble under his breath. "See this? We call these returns or reshops. They're lazy bastards. They like to leave stuff they don't want all over the store. Some do it just to be dicks." He shook his head. "You find something like this, return it to its proper place later, unless it's something like meat, dairy, or frozen. Those are top priority and need to go back ASAP." Millie nodded, trying to process all of the new information. "I have a few things to take care of. I want you to get a feel for doing it. Take your time, do as much as you can. I'll be back to tell you how much you screwed it up." Millie looked at him, unsure. John laughed. "Do your best. I'll be back in a bit." He left, leaving Millie alone in the aisle. She wandered up and down before deciding to start on one end and work her way down. After a few minutes of work, Millie was starting to relax some. This was kinda like Tetris, neatly arranging the brightly colored boxes together. This brand here, that brand there. She stepped back to admire her work. "Hey!" she heard Sam call out from the front of the store. Peeking around a display of paper towels, Millie saw Sam confronting two girls. Millie recognized them, the McNabb sisters. They'd hung in the preppy crowd. "I saw you," Sam said. "You put a couple beers in your purse and tried to walk out." "Oh, please," Terry McNabb scoffed. "Do you know who our father is?" "Yeah, Skids," Carrie McNabb added. She felt bad for Sam. Skids, that's what they call anybody from the poorer section of town. "Why would we steal?" Terry pointed out. "Our father could own you." "Yeah, Skids, Daddy could bulldoze your little trailer park hovel in a heartbeat." Millie knew Sam was holding back. If she didn't need the job so much, she would have given both sisters a good ass-kicking. "Pretty good, kid," John said. Millie jumped. She'd been so wrapped up in her thoughts as she worked, she hadn't noticed him standing there. "Although you've been adjusting that one roll of paper towels for a good minute or two? You gonna make love to it?" Millie set the roll down, embarrassed. John checked his watch, letting out a whistle. "Almost that time. Gotta close up the store. Carry on with what you're doing. Just don't fondle any more paper towels." He left her alone again. After a few minutes, John came on the intercom. "The store will be closing in 5 minutes. Please make your final purchases. Thank you for choosing Bargain Groceries, and have a good night." A few minutes later, the lights dimmed just a little. Millie continued working. Without the din of shoppers, she could hear the store's muzak. "Trick or treat, OC!" Sam stood at the end of the aisle holding a couple of candy bars. Brian stood next to her. Sam handed Millie a chocolate bar. Brian looked at Millie, confused. "OC?" "A nickname," Millie answered. "Ask Sam." Brian turned to Sam. "Maybe I'll tell you the story sometime." Sam snapped her bar in two. "If you can guess what it stands for." Millie crinkled the candy bar wrapper, sticking it into her pocket. "What are you guys still doing here?" "We got volunteered with that special shipment coming in," Sam explained. There was an audible click as the intercom came to life. A robotic female voice sounded. Front end has a call on line 5. 10 to 1 the truck just got here," Sam said. The intercom crackled to life again. This time the automated voice was replaced by John's. "Sam to the back room. I repeat, Sam to the back room." Sam started down the aisle. "Duty calls." "So what now?" Millie asked. Brian adjusted his plastic fangs. I guess we'll just finish this aisle and then do the next." "Sounds like a plan." "Ocean cruise?" Billy asked offhand. "Excuse me?" "OC, just taking a guess." Millie laughed. "Sorry, no." Obsessive compulsive?" No. Damn. I'll get it sooner or later." After a few moments, they finished up and moved to aisle 2, which had a view of the parking lot. Millie stopped. The sight of something sitting in the parking lot gave her a chill. No. She walked towards the front of the store. "Hey, what's up?" Brian asked. "That." Millie pointed nervously out the large front window. The Firebird sat there, under a light pole. Millie shuddered. "What about that car?" "The assholes in the car harassed me on the way here." Brian sighed. "Damn it." He shook his head. "Those two are always making trouble." "You know them?" "Stay here, I'll go talk to them." Millie watched, feeling helpless, as Brian left. She watched Brian walk across the parking lot. She needed to get John. Running over to the intercom, Millie fumbled with the buttons. Her first attempt was greeted by ear-splitting feedback. Her second and third attempts were no better. On the fourth try, her nervous voice boomed throughout the store. Hello? Hello? John to the front. Repeat, John to the front. Hurry!" The sound of her struggling to hang up the intercom receiver boomed throughout the store. She waited, expecting John to come rushing. Instead, nothing happened. Millie ran back to the front window and peered out. Brian stood by the Firebird, talking to the driver. Not exactly the tense confrontation she'd expected. Movement in the reflection of the glass made her turn in surprise. "John?" There was nobody. Something hit the floor in one of the aisles. "Guys?" She walked by a display of Halloween candy. A plastic candy-filled skull grinned at her. Maybe this was a Halloween prank. Hazing the new girl. Millie turned back to check on how Brian was doing, only to see the Firebird driving slowly towards the store. Brian nowhere in sight. She watched as the car drove by the front of the store. The interior was too dark to make out its occupants. Millie felt her heart beat faster and faster in her chest. She'd have to go out there and look. Brian could be lying, hurt, out of sight somewhere. There was a first aid kit on the wall next to the intercom. She grabbed it before heading out. Pushing the door open, Millie stepped outside into what felt like a dangerous, alien land. "Brian?" she called out, her voice cracking and low. Millie wanted to grab her bike, get home, and hide under the covers. She needed to get John. He'd know what to do. Millie hurried back inside and locked the door. Sliding on the high-polished floor, she hurried to the back of the store, nearly toppling a display of Halloween-themed cereal. Barreling through the double doors into the back, Millie stopped for a second to catch her breath. "John?" she called between gasps. "Sam?" Silence, except for the low, constant rumble of the overhead heater. The loading dock was empty. The overhead door was open, letting in the cool autumn air where it poured in around the semi-trucks backed up to the dock. "Guys?" Millie started to panic. She was completely alone. Her eyes scanned the dark, cavernous room. The shadows hid countless possible terrors, but alas, so too did the floor, as she slipped in a puddle on its surface. Landing hard on her knees and hands, Millie yelped in pain. There was something wet and sticky on her sore hands. Raising them up, she screamed. They were coated in a crimson blood. There was a trail leading out to the semi-truck, and there seemed to be something hanging in the truck's trailer. With pained steps, she cautiously approached that trailer. Her eyes adjusted to the near dark of its interior. Hanging from chains by his ankles at the trailer's center was John. His forehead had a bloody gash. "Oh, God!" Millie stammered. "John?" She reached out, stopping short of touching him. "John, who did this?" She ventured a little further into the trailer. There was no sign of Sam. Turning around, Millie used the wall to guide her out. Her eyes scanned the loading dock. They could be lurking anywhere. She had to get help. On John's cluttered desk, she'd noticed a phone earlier. Limping over, Millie snatched up the receiver and quickly dialed with bloody hands. "We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed at this time," a robotic voice informed her. Shit! Millie slammed down the receiver. She was growing just as frustrated as she was scared. John's metal lighter lay on a stack of papers. "Fuck communism," engraved its front. She snatched it up and exited. Limping along, she leaned on a concrete wall. The block under her hand glowed lightly. Pulling her hand away, a strange symbol pulsated through the concrete. What the shit is that? The bloody handprint she'd left was absorbed into the block. Hurrying towards the double doors, Millie stopped. Someone walked past an aisle. A large someone. Or something. Millie ducked down. She needed to get a better view of what was going on out there. Not far from her was a sliding white metal door. She slowly unhooked the latch and pushed the door open and slipped into the dairy cooler. She spied into the store between gallon jugs of milk. Her eyes caught another flash of movement. There definitely was somebody here. The intercom loudly crackled to life. Come out, little goblin," a voice hissed. "Trick or treat." An involuntary shudder of fear ran through her body. They were looking for her. Sneaking out of the cooler, Millie made up her mind. She couldn't leave Sam and Brian. Millie had to fight them. Somehow. There was another set of double doors further down. She used them to slip into the store. Hiding behind a tank of lobsters, Millie looked up at the signs for each aisle. She was directly across from aisle 2, housewares and cleaning. Perfect. "Calling all assholes, I'm right here," Millie called from the intercom as she stood, a broom handle ready, rags tied to one end. It wasn't very long before a man, dressed in a black leather jacket, emerged from aisle 6. A cheap Halloween mask hid his identity. "Well, looky here, little goblin girl." He strode confidently towards Millie. Stopping, he looked down as his boot-clad foot made a squishing noise. There was a puddle of floor wax in front of him. "Sneaky. trying to make me slip. Millie took out John's lighter and held it to the rags on the mop handle. Where are my friends? She lit the end of the mop. With us, just like you'll be. Wrong answer. She lit the puddle of floor wax. It exploded in a burst of flame, surprising Millie as much as it did the man. Fuck! He recoiled, the tip of his foot on fire. Another, similarly dressed man rushed down one of the checkout lanes at her as she ran for the door. Millie hurled the flaming mop handle at him like a spear. Inches from the door, Millie stopped, dead in her tracks. Outside, robed figures stood side by side, their faces hidden by hoods. One of the masked men grabbed her. He wrapped his arms tightly around Millie. She thrashed and kicked, to no avail. The man with the burnt boot walked up to them. Lights out, little goblin bitch. He pulled a black hood down over Millie's head, enveloping her in darkness. Millie felt herself being dragged along. She struggled, but it was no use. After a few minutes, they roughly forced Millie to her knees. This Halloween wasn't doing her legs any favors. Someone yanked the hood from her head. As her eyes adjusted, Millie found she was flanked by Sam and Brian. Next to Brian were the men from the Firebird. The concrete floor was bitterly cold. They appeared to be in the store's large freezer. A black sheet covered a mysterious shape underneath. Across the freezer stood 7 robed figures. Behind Millie and the others, the 2 masked men stood. This is bullshit, one of the Firebird men barked, earning him a smack. Quiet, pup, the masked man hissed. The center figure stepped forward. We've had our little trick-or-treat tonight, and I do enjoy a good treat, he laughed, lowering his hood. The older man was vaguely familiar looking, Millie thought, as he paced back and forth. Tonight is a blessed night, he said, and you lucky few are here among us to bear witness and serve a glorious purpose. He reached down and pulled the black sheet up in one motion. Underneath, lying on the floor, was a large, grayish body. It was unlike anything Millie had ever seen before. It was similar to one of those diagrams of a person without skin that hung up in science class, except this thing was way more muscular, and it had strange symbols cut into its chest, head, and limbs. Each one had a strange stone at its center. Millie noticed with a shiver that its limbs and head weren't attached to the torso, but were laying next to it, in an approximation of a human body. This is our Lord, he smiled proudly. Cool Nux, the Beast King. A corpse! The driver of the Firebird protested. You're fucking nuts! This earned him a punch to the jaw from one of the masked men, bloodying his lip. Leave him alone, his friend pleaded. He's an idiot. Shut up, little bro. Stay out of it. Brother? Millie pondered. She looked at them. There was a resemblance. Enough, the old man ordered. No more delays. Then it suddenly came to Millie. This was Nathan Solomon, founder and CEO of Bargain Groceries. His portrait hung in the back of the store. No shit, she whispered to herself as she made the connection. One of the robed figures stepped forward, handing Solomon a large, ornate dagger. Cool Nux, betrayed by the druids and slain by the warrior Aaron. His body was dismembered, bound by druid magic, and scattered, still living. I've found him, built an empire for him, constructed this place of power to heal him. He'll make this world right again. Solomon made a sweeping gesture. Blood will run in the streets, and he'll feast on his enemies' bones. The king of a new order. But first the blood of the virgin must flow. Millie felt her heart beat faster as Solomon raised up the dagger. Virgin? Oh shit. Bring forth the virgin! He pointed at the driver of the Firebird.
Me? I ain't no virgin. I have a girlfriend in Canada. We've banged, like, a lot. Randy, no! His brother cried out. Two of the robed figures dragged Randy to where Solomon stood. Only blood will remove the runes binding our king. Solomon brought the blade across Randy's throat in one swift motion. No! Millie heard herself gasp as blood sprayed out of Randy's sliced throat. Solomon held Randy's limp body up as the blood flowed over the strange marks on the body before them. One by one the runes glowed. The severed limbs and head began to mend themselves to the torso of the strange body. "Bring me another," Solomon ordered. "Our king is thirsty." One of the robed figures grabbed Brian. "Leave him the fuck alone!" A battered John stood in the freezer door, a metal chain wrapped around his fist. "What, catch you cultist shitters at a bad time?" The night manager let his fists fly as the robed figures advanced. Solomon struggled with Brian. "The king must have his blood!" He slashed madly at Brian, cutting open one of the young man's hands. The blood splashed across the body of Kolnux. The once lifeless gray body shuddered to life. It then sucked air into its ancient lungs. John decked one of the cult members. "Sam, get everyone out of here!" Sam and Millie grabbed Randy's brother, and the three went for Brian, who was doing his best to fend off Solomon's wild swings. "No!" Solomon pleaded. "I must finish! He's too weak!" Millie set her jaw and unleashed a powerful strike to the old man, sending him flailing desperately before he hit the cold floor. The others grabbed Brian and rushed to the freezer door. Millie turned to see John trying to fend off the cultists. At the same time, the monstrous form of Kolnux began to rise. "John!" Sam shouted desperately. "Go!" he ordered. Randy's brother turned to Millie and Sam. "I'll stay. Get out of here. For what it's worth, I'm Troy, and I'm sorry we fucked with you earlier." Millie nodded stoically. Millie and Sam dragged Brian out of the freezer. A hideous roar sounded from inside, followed by the frantic screams of the damned. "That thing's got to be stopped." Millie took a deep breath. "Get help." "What the hell are you going to do?" Sam asked. Millie watched a reluctant Sam help Brian through the double doors. She scanned the room. Then she saw it. The forklift. Kolnux banged on the freezer door as she made her way to the machine. Millie climbed up into the cab and studied the controls. "Oh shit," she said, confused. There was a key hanging on a hook. "Like a car, right?" She turned the key, and the forklift rumbled to life. Okay, she could do this. There was a loud crash as the freezer door surrendered to Kolnux's assault. Millie scrambled to figure out the forklift controls. Most of the labels had long since worn off. "I can do this," she repeated to herself. Millie caught a glance of the Beast King advancing. "Time to die, bastard." She pulled a lever, and the forklift jerked forward and stopped. "What?" Millie pulled another lever. She managed to raise the forks up, but no forward momentum. Millie yanked a second level. The forklift roared forward. The Beast King seemed slightly perplexed for a moment, but it passed even faster. Millie tried ramming him with the forks, but Nux was quick and strong enough to grab them. The creature pushed back against the mechanical strength of the machine, causing the wheels to spin out. Millie swung the forklift around, dragging Nux, who still pushed back. "Come on, you hunk of crap!" Millie pushed the machine as far as it would go, slowly backing her bestial opponent. Kolnux roared. Millie found herself screaming back at the monster. The old forklift lurched forward one final time, but not without struggle. It was enough to knock the mighty Beast King into the waiting maw of the nearby garbage compactor. Millie sprang from the lift and slammed down the metal gate, trapping Nux inside. The metal wouldn't hold long as the enraged monster hammered it with his large fists. Millie slammed her palm down on the large green button. The compactor squealed to life.
Kolnux fought back, trying to stave off the crushing grip. But in the end, the strength of the large machine was too great. Nux's arms shattered under the strain as he was crushed, letting out one last, pitiful, defiant roar. They found John and Troy dead in the freezer, along with the cultists. Millie took John's pack of cigarettes. The sound of sobbing came from behind a stack of egg cartons. Solomon, curled up in a ball, was devastated. "Our king! Our king!" "The king is dead," Millie informed him. She lit one of John's cigarettes and exhaled. The doors to the store unlocked as the rising sun filled the building with hazy orange light. 2 girls from the day shift entered the store and caught a glimpse of the mess that was Millie. "Oh my God," one stammered. "Are you okay?" "First night," Millie answered, the spent butt of the cigarette dangling from her lips. Strife of the Party by David O'Hanlon. "That's just nasty," Kesha said with a sour expression. "Of course it's nasty. I'm a zombie." Bronson James shrugged. "What do you want me to do? Twilight it up? Sprinkle glitter on the guts? Make the pus pink?" Bronson was the next Stan Winston. He'd gotten his start doing low-budget effects tutorials on YouTube. When he got into college, he started making props for the drama club, which led to a makeup gig with the community theater and a public access variety show. Then he did the independent film Murder on Bonanza Ranch. Once the B Studios saw what he could do with a few $100, they were beating down his doors with a never-ending string of classy projects like Amityville Conjurer, Great Lakes Shark Attack, and the Cleveland Cleaver. The last one got him his first Chainsaw Award nomination at 25 years old. Naturally, he went all out designing his Halloween costume. "We're a couple," Kesha huffed. "We should have costumes that go together. What the hell goes with a zombie?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Vultures? Maggots? That one asshole that swears he isn't bit even though everybody damn well knows he was?" "You want me to dress like a white guy?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "It really is always a white guy, isn't it?" Bronson reached to embrace her with his gory hands. She slapped them away. "Nuh-uh, you are not touching me with all that on you. How about I draw up another zombie concept for you? It's good experience for the team and will be the unlife of the party." He spreads his hands wide, flicking fake blood on the walls. "It'll be a romance to die for." "How long did it take you to get into that costume?" she asked. "Only 3 hours." He smiled excitedly. "I came up with this new 3 hours? Bronson, have you lost your damn mind? I'm not sitting in a chair while someone puts zombie makeup on me for 3 hours. That's only like 45 minutes longer than you spend putting on your regular makeup," he offered, regrettably. "Oh shit. Go on. What would you like to say about my beauty routine? You don't like it? Is it too fake for the man that makes make-believe for a fucking living?" Bronson sighed. There was ice skating uphill, and then there was arguing with Kesha once she got on a tangent. Only one of them was impossible. "Is that what you meant?" she continued. "Are you comparing my makeup to your monsters?" "No." It was the only word he was going to get in. "Maybe I should dress down like... what was her name? The skinny one with the flat ass who stole your car and left you broke. Charisma with a Z or some bullshit." Kesha spun around to leave the room. "I'll go wash this off since you don't seem to like it." Her heels clacked across the hardwood floor almost as sharply as the bathroom door slamming a moment later. Bronson started counting silently. She was every bit as hot as a burning fuse and just as quick to explode. They had one of these arguments every other month, and he'd learned the rhythm of the fight. It was charisma with a Y that fucked him over and broke his heart, by the way. Bronson got to 8 when he heard the lock click open, and then the door banged against the stop
before the knob would punch the drywall. She padded back into the room barefoot and working at her face with a makeup removal wipe. You know everyone at this party is going to be Ken and Barbie because of that dumbass movie. Maybe a few ghosts and sexy nurses. Anne from accounting will be a minion or whatever cutesy pajamas she can get last minute. But not you. She waved her hand at his costume. You don't even work for Hind and Hart. But you want to be the star with your Hollywood special effects and dangling guts. They're a nice touch, right? She put her clenched fists at her hips and scowled. I don't have to. I just thought you'd want to show off. I figured after you saw mine, you'd want something over the top too, so they'd all still be talking about your costume next Halloween. I want to show you what we could do. He twisted the latex intestines in his hands. We can do whatever costumes you want, babe. Really? You mean it? Sure, of course. He let the entrails fall and shrugged. You want to be Ken or Barbie? Bronson regretted not putting limitations on the whatever costumes you want bit. They stepped off the elevator into the grand hall on the 39th floor of the Hind & Hart corporate tower, wearing, as couples should apparently, costumes that went together. Awaiting them were no less than 24 Barbies mingled with their Kens. 2 They Live aliens that Bronson recognized as Kesha's friend Mark and his husband Stuart. There was a Dracula, an Amina Harker, a Hawkeye and a Black Widow, a Bella and an Edward. For the most part, Kesha was right about the couples. There were the exceptions, of course, as well as the singles. To no one's surprise, there was also an abundance of Harley Quinn costumes, 2 from the animated series, at least 5 from the Suicide Squad films, and 1 from the Axel Braun parody thereof. A few Wednesday Addams clones lingered with wolfmen, superheroes, ghosts, ninjas, and a couple of Jasons, a piss-poor Michael, and 1 really well-designed mummy. A sexy Freddy gyrated on a man in a banana costume. A pair of inflatable dinosaur costumes butted heads. There was Anne in a 101 Dalmatians one-piece pajama. Bronson gave her a polite wave. She wagged her tail in response. At the bar, Gerard Hind wore a professional-grade Frankenstein costume that seemed appropriate for his powerful 6'5" frame. Without the makeup, Hind looked like a retired linebacker, not the architectural genius that he was. 3 interns in various stages of undress as sexy emojis, the evil, anger, and sad ones, cackled lasciviously at whatever the billionaire was saying. Security guard Tom patrolled the party topless as a dad-bod Rambo with his partner Jeanette, who at 63 looked anything but wondrous as Wonder Woman. Bronson recognized Winslow from the company's 4th of July party, despite his cleverly put-together spy costume that consisted of a trench coat and $2 mustache. Another man of mystery chatted it up with Winslow in an Invisible Man getup, while he tried to figure out how to take advantage of the open bar with gauze over his mouth. And at the opulent fountain occupying the middle of the hall was Robert Hart, dressed ironically and insultingly as a construction worker. The octogenarian had been born the 4th richest man in America and never worked a day in his life. He waved a hammer around like a scepter before the groveling peasants. Among them were Esteban and Carly from Kesha's department. Esteban wore a pirate costume like you'd see on a romance novel cover, with his broad, muscular chest revealed between the deep gash of the prissy V-neck collar. Carly, fully aware that she was a stone-cold MILF, had optioned to dress up as a genuine cougar, or at least a pair of whiskers and a tan bodysuit that hugged every curve. Then there was Kesha and Bronson in their matching costumes. He stared down at the gold buckles on his shoes and his ridiculous striped socks. Kesha adjusted his top hat with a happy squeal. "It looks great," she told him. "You really are the next Tim Savini." "It's Tom," he mumbled. He eyed her costume with the blonde wig, spiked gold bikini top, and short, matching skirt that showed off her legs in their entirety. He turned to face his reflection in the gilded elevator doors. Yeah, well, at least one of us does, he said. You said Halloween costumes should be scary, she reminded him. This is my favorite horror movie. Leprechaun in Space isn't anybody's favorite horror movie, he grumbled. It is when you've only seen 3 horror movies, Kesha shrugged. It was this or that Slumber Party movie with the drill guitar. Slumber Party Massacre 2 was an option, and this is what you chose? Baby, you wouldn't look good in a teddy. She tugged at his fake beard. Let's go. You need a drink before you shit shillings. The couple made it halfway to the bar before Kesha was stripped away from Bronson's arm by Carly to join the departmental mini-celebration. The world's largest online retailer was expanding to brick-and-mortar operations, and Kesha's design had gotten Hind and Hart the contract. Kesha waved him to go on without her. He would have regardless. The stupid costume was stifling, plus the pants were a size too small and had his shillelagh in a bunch, but at least it gave him the character's trademark waddle. He sidled up to the bar and stared at himself in the mirrored back. He hadn't had a say in the costume, but he'd done an excellent job recreating Warwick Davis's makeup. He tugged at the crotch of his trousers to free up space so he could mount the stool without tearing them. Good thing the drinks are free, Hines said, lumbering over to Bronson. I couldn't wrestle a piece of gold from you if there weren't. Many fools have tried to separate a leprechaun from his ends, Bronson said, imitating the voice as best he could. Many fools have died, and others became friends. Hind laughed. That's a good one. I don't get it, the intern dressed like a purple devil emoji said. You wouldn't, kid. Hind waved her off and leaned on the bar so Bronson didn't have to strain his neck looking up at him. You know, I took Jennifer Aniston to dinner once. No shit, Bronson snickered. No shit, Hind assured him. Lisa Kudrow turned me down. I thought taking Jen out might make her jealous enough to reconsider. Did it work? About as well as a fishnet condom. At least it protects against the crabs, Bronson shrugged. Hind smiled. I'm about to offer you a job so I have someone fun to talk to again. I'll settle for a double Jameson, Bronson said. Better make it a single, Winslow said, stumbling to the bar and rattling the ice in his glass. The Golden Hind pours with a heavy hand. A couple of these and your after party is going to look like stuffing a marshmallow into a keyhole. Maybe you're just a lightweight, Bronson said, clapping him on the shoulder. Good to see you again. So, double Jameson for my new friend and water for... Do you even work for me? Hind made a show of trying to see through the shitty spy outfit. Oh! Winslow from marketing! Right! That explains why you're shit-faced off a Bacardi Swizzle. Is that what that was? Winslow hiccuped. He clumsily straddled the stool beside Bronson. Tasted like acetone and Sunny D. A blonde sauntered past the bar, calling halftime on any further conversation, as the 3 men, and even the intern, watched her pass. Her blue shimmering dress dragged the floor with white ruffles at the hem and tassels along the arms and hips swayed as if she brought her own breeze. Cockles decorated her hair and auger shells dangled from her ears along a thin porcelain neck. Talk about a glow-up, the intern said. That's Bea, Gleason's secretary. I don't remember seeing her at the 4th of July party, Bronson added. She's new, Winslow drooled. She went from nerd to knockout. Is she supposed to be Elsa? Bronson asked. The ocean, the intern corrected her. She rolled her eyes and turned to Hind. Can I get another mojito, boss man? No, the billionaire shook his head. You can't have another because you haven't had a mojito. That's a daiquiri in your hand. I took French, she shrugged. I don't know Mexican. Hind started to explain that daiquiri is a Tano word, then shook off the notion. His partner, the perpetual lech, hired the 3 interns to keep employee morale up. He turned to the wall of assorted alcohol to make the next round. Winslow leaned toward Bronson. The movement proved too much for his compromised equilibrium, and he toppled onto the leprechaun.
"Lad, you've had a few too many, yet you've had hardly any," Bronson said, getting into his character.
"That is some body of water," Winslow huffed. He gave a half-ass whistle. "I'd love to disappear in her Bermuda Triangle." Bronson heaved Winslow back onto his stool. The two watched Bee make her way through the crowd. The employees and their +1s had all stepped aside as she flowed across the dance floor. She weaved through them in a wave-like fashion befitting her attire. Some seemed to drift after her, as if drowned into her wake. She was mesmerizing to watch, but her figure wasn't what had Bronson's attention. There was something off about her. Bronson couldn't put his finger on it. "You're right. I'm done drinking." Winslow smoothed his fake mustache. "Gonna go play in the ocean."
"I don't think your dinghy is up to the challenge, bud," Bronson said.
"Be sure to have a nice memorial tomorrow." Winslow tried to wink, but blinked both eyes instead. "For all those seamen getting swallowed by the ocean tonight." Winslow slipped off the stool, stumbled, then corrected himself, and popped his collar up as he spy-walked after his quarry. Bronson shook his head. He turned around as Frankenhind set down the whiskey and clanked the glass with his own. "You're Kesha's beau, aren't you?" Hind asked. "We haven't formally met. You're in movies, I hear." "Yeah, I do effects for genre films." He learned that kept people interested far longer than saying he worked on horror flicks. "I was going to wear something I'm designing for a new movie tonight, but Kesha insisted on matching costumes." "I see." Hind looked around for Kesha and cocked his head, then looked back at Bronson. "So, you two decided on Baywatch Leia and Spooky Smurf." "Close enough." Bronson snorted and sipped his drink. "Did she show you her concept for the new account?" Hind asked. "It's brilliant, modeled after the ruins of an ancient temple I discovered." "Discovered?" "I was going to be an archaeologist originally," Hind told him. "That's how I got into architecture. Unlike my partner, I wasn't born into money. I had to choose between digging up the past or building it here in the present. All of my works have utilized the aesthetics of ancient civilizations, sometimes even using original materials from historic sites." "That's pretty awesome," Bronson said, taking in the room itself for the first time, ignoring the people and tacky furnishing. He could almost see it. "What civilization is this?" "Roman, for the most part, but with a flourish of Persian." Hind gestured to the fountain. "That's authentic. Found it tucked away in the Hindu Kush." Hart was still entertaining guests as he walked around the rim of the fountain. It seemed even more of an elitist dick move to Bronson, knowing the structure was over 2,000 years old. He'd assumed it was just a show of wealth, and it certainly was, so he hadn't paid it any attention before. The entire thing was carved to look like a mountain. Two figures stood facing away from each other at the top, with the water pumping out of the peak between them like a waterfall. Reliefs that had been worn by time ringed the base of the fountain, depicting people as if they were praying to the things above. "In their religion, good and evil were twins," Hind explained. "Ahriman, the devil, was a circumstance of their god's existence." Bronson tried to figure out which figure was supposed to be the evil one. They didn't look any different to him. Maybe that was intentional. People often did bad things with the best of intentions, after all. His mind wandered back to the woman dressed as the ocean. He didn't see her anymore. He also didn't see Winslow. He considered the possibility that the inebriated dweeb had indeed somehow seduced the mysterious woman, then settled on the more realistic possibility that he'd been abducted by aliens. "What about this temple? Was that Persian too?" Bronson asked before swiveling around on his stool. Kesha doesn't talk much about her process, just the final result. "Oh, it is something much older. In fact, there's a significant debate if the culture existed at all." Hind looked suddenly excited. "Say, would you like to see some of my collection?" "A lot more than I'd like to be sitting on this uncomfortable-ass stool." You guys can afford better cushions, Bronson joked. My partner picked them. He's got no point of reference, Hind said. His ass is usually cushioned by someone's lips. Hind rounded the bar and signaled for Bronson to follow him with an excited smile. Bronson gave the crowd another scan for the woman, then found Kesha, who gave him a curious look. He shrugged and followed her boss through a doorway beside the bar. Hind's boots clomped loudly as they proceeded through a narrow hall to a tiny stairwell. My escape route, Hind told him. When parties get to be too much, I can retreat to my office, and when work gets to be too much, I can retreat to the bar. The stairs played hell on Bronson with his tight trouser, and he didn't think the seams would hold the entire trip. Luckily, it was a short ascent to the next floor, and they came out right into Hind's lavish, but somehow still reasonably down-to-earth office. Bronson turned to take it all in and saw the door they'd entered through swing shut, revealing itself as a false bookshelf. That was exactly the kind of thing he'd buy when he made it big in Hollywood. Glass cases held various artifacts spread around the office, and Bronson made his way to them in turn. He paused at one filled with stone rubble covered in crude markings. Their alphabet is unique to them. No one even knows what they were called, Hind said. They built their cities on ancient coasts, which is why every site that's been found is submerged. The temple I spoke of was found 12 miles off the coast of Cyprus back in 1968. There's no other structure like it. It's almost as if the society rose out of the ocean itself. That's a crazy thought. Bronson moved to another case with a rock inside. It was clearly a sculpture, but time had destroyed any clue as to what it represented. I spent the last 2 years bringing the temple up, in pieces, much to my partner's dismay. Dismantling an ancient church does sound like the start of a horror movie. What did you do with the pieces? Reassembled them here in the sub-basement of this building. That's, wow, the whole thing? It wasn't whole after so long, unfortunately. I salvaged what I could and have been trying to figure out how to fill in the gaps for over a decade. It's a problem I was hoping to speak with Kesha about, actually. I want to bring her in. I've never had an employee with such talent. To fill in the gaps, Bronson repeated. Hind's smile slipped in what appeared to be genuine hurt over the implication. He put a hand on Bronson's shoulder and gave him a gentle shake of his head. What do you notice about all these pieces? He asked. Bronson pondered on them. There's no metal. That's correct. Hind clapped with a small chuckle. These people, whoever they were, built metropolises, while the rest of the world was still living in cages. If they hadn't died out, there's no telling how much further advanced we'd be as a species now. Understanding them, revealing their brilliance and intelligence to the world, that will be something that lasts longer than any building I've ever created. How did they Bronson was interrupted by a pounding on the door. Hind stomped toward the center of the room. His body stiffened at the strangeness of the intrusion. Who is it? He shouted. The door swung open. A disheveled man stumbled into the room and slammed it behind him. He fiddled with the locks before rushing to Hind. Bronson eyed him suspiciously. It was Halloween, but something bothered him about the man's costume. He wore a tattered, bloody toga. The gold laurels in his gray hair were bent and askew. He appeared to be dressed as Caesar after the surprise party. The man grabbed Hind's jacket and attempted to pull the much larger man close. I knew you'd be here if you weren't at the party. I need you, Jerry. It was Robert's stupid idea. It's always his stupid ideas. Bronson stepped away from the two and nodded to the door. It was clearly business-related, and he wanted to get back to Kesha anyhow. She was probably tired of telling everyone who she'd come dressed as, and it wouldn't make as much sense without her leprechaun. Hind signaled for him to stay. Whatever terrible business decision Robert made this time, he can afford to correct, Hind said. You worry too much, Gleason. Bronson stiffened. The girl in the ocean costume was Gleason's secretary. That's what the intern had said.
He wasn't sure why that bit of information made his blood go cold. He thought about the woman again. Something had been wrong with her costume. He almost had it when Gleason started shouting again. "Fuck the business, Gerard! This isn't about the company, it's about that!" Gleason jabbed a finger toward the door. "I didn't want anything to do with it." Robert insisted. He thought it would impress them. Your fancy fucking temple! He said they'd feel like princesses or some shit. Who? This time it was Hind with a fistful of fabric as he lifted Gleason off the floor. Who did he take there? The secretary! My secretary! Gleason looked around. The nerdy one with the tits. We were going to fool around. You know how Robert is. He brought the 3 bimbos along. He told them it was the pre-party. I've been stuck down there with them all goddamn day in your stupid tomb. I'm afraid I have to deal with this. Hind dropped Gleason to the floor. Perhaps you can speak to Kesha. I can have you both down for a tour without imbecilic interruptions. Yeah, that'd be cool. Bronson backed toward the door. I should really go find her anyway. She's probably getting pissed. Bronson found his way to the elevator and chewed the inside of his jaw while he waited for the car. Fake blood was his business. No matter how real it looked, the smell was always wrong. So why could I smell it for real on Gleason's toga? He asked himself. As if the pants weren't tight enough, the whole scene with Gleason had made his ass chew up any slack they had to spare. The elevator opened and he stepped inside, pushing the button for the floor below. The 3 bimbos had to be the emoji triplets, he thought. His stomach soured. What did Julius Sleazeball mean? He'd been trapped with them all day. I just saw them, and the secretary. Hell, everyone saw her. They didn't look like they'd been in some dingy ancient temple all day. They damn sure didn't look like the hot mess that Gleason was. Why the fuck did the blood smell real? In the quick trip down, Bronson made up his mind to grab Kesha and get the hell out of there. Bronson gasped at a glimpse of his reflection in the parting doors. He stepped out and waved for them to hurry up and close again. He stared at himself this time. His chest tightened. Experience told him he was right. But if he was right, he needed to find B. Bronson scanned the crowd, but there was no Ocean in the Cleveland high-rise. One of the emojis, the angry one, buzzed through the crowd. A glass broke and someone swore. Another person shouted a threat back. Bronson needed a better vantage point. He jogged to the fountain and pulled himself up by the ancient deity's body. A Malibu Ken was in a shoving match with Dracula. Bronson ignored them. B was all that mattered. The devil emoji's giggle carried over the crowd noise. 2 of the partygoers were sucking each other's tongues while their dates looked on disapprovingly. Tom's camo pants were around his ankles as he stormed Barbie's dream house over one of the uncomfortable bar stools. Bronson spun back to the fight. More people were pushing each other now. Stewart and Mark were taking turns kicking the shit out of a Klingon. One of the Jasons was being choked out by Jeanette's golden lasso. The last of the interns, the sad emoji, moved through the fray, lightly dragging a finger across a wolfman's cheek. He squeezed the champagne glass in his hand until it broke. Bronson flinched, but the werewolf didn't. Not even when he drove the stem through his own eye socket. The pushing turned into a riot. The other side of the room had broken down into an orgy, and in both crowds, sobbing revelers found inventive ways to kill themselves. All 3 groups screamed in their own ways. The 3 emojis cackled over the din of death and ecstasy. Bronson spotted Kesha stumbling, trance-like toward Esteban. The pirate had dropped his cutlass to unsheath his sword. Kesha ripped his frilly shirt open, tearing furrows in his chest with her nails. Bronson jumped down from the fountain and charged to tackle Esteban before he could plunder the booty. A feral shriek pricked Bronson's ears a moment before someone plowed bodily into him, and they both crashed through a table together. Perfect landing, Carly meowed and licked Bronson's face. Don't worry, I've been spayed. This is not fucking happening. Bronson tried to shove the cougar off of him. She bit into his cheek until her teeth scraped bone. Bronson managed to roll over and the kitty quickly wrapped her legs around his waist. Her nails clawed at the heavy fabric of his jacket. Carly pulled her head back, taking most of his prosthetic cheek and part of his real one with her. She winked at him while she swallowed it. "What's the matter, sugar? That the first time the pussy ate you?" She gripped his throat and purred. "You'd be lying if you said you didn't want this cougar." Bronson slipped the sack of prop gold from his pocket and used it like a sap to knock her unconscious. Even out cold, she still gyrated against him. He pried her legs apart and wriggled from their grasp. He ran over and swatted Esteban's hand with the sack as he peeled off Kesha's top. "No need to cock block," Esteban rubbed his hand. "I could use a first mate." "Ahoy, sailor." Kesha wrapped her arms around Bronson's neck. "You can scuttle me together." "I'll take the aft, matey." Esteban grabbed Kesha by the hips. "The fuck you will." Bronson swung his girlfriend to the side and cracked Esteban across the jaw. The pouch busted on impact, showering his unconscious body with loot. "Looks like you found me gold, Captain Jack." Kesha's tongue played along Bronson's ear. He pushed her back and shook her. "Now is not the time, and these are not the goddamn pants." He looked around at the chaos. "We need to get away from the three emoticunts so you can snap out of this." Bronson pulled her arm and dragged her away. "Where are we going?" she whined. "There's a perfectly good table to fuck on right there. I'm too horny for all this walking." "There's a better table over here." Bronson pulled harder. "I just don't want an audience." "That sounds dull," the angry emoji said as she stepped in front of him. "Everything is more fun in a crowd, but if the leprechaun doesn't want to get lucky, there is an alternative." The blade sank deep into his shoulder, and he whirled around, barely stopping short of punching his attacker. "What the fuck, Kesha?" he shouted. "Sex and death are the foundations of a great party," the emoji growled behind him. Foundations. A light bulb clicked in Bronson's mind. He caught Kesha's wrists as she lunged to claw his face. She struggled to break free, and he ducked to scoop her over his shoulder. She twisted the knife, still lodged in his back, trying to free it for another attempt. As they hit the middle of the room, her hand moved from the hilt to caress his back, sensually. That made sense. Whichever emoji chick was closest would influence Kesha's behavior. Bronson stepped backwards until she tried for the knife again, and then immediately went forward until she started with the foreplay. He stopped between the 2 points. "What's going on, Bronson? Put me down," she demanded. He did, but made sure not to let her step out of the safe zone. Kesha crossed her arms, quickly realizing she was topless. She covered her nipples with her palms and looked around at the literal fucking chaos occupying one half of the room and the ultra-violence on the other. "What is happening?" She threw her hands into the air and then immediately brought them back down to cover up. "And why are my titties out?" "Esteban took your top off," Bronson said matter-of-factly. "The murder-suicide orgy thing is because of the interns." "Goddamn sorority girls are always causing trouble," she mumbled. "We need to find B," Bronson said. "Oh, we do," Kesha huffed. "If this is about Esteban, I don't know what he was thinking. I told him that was a one-time deal." "It doesn't have an... Wait, you actually fucked Esteban?" "Once!" "Before we were together?" "Before we were serious," Kesha shrugged. "What does that matter?" "Right now, it doesn't." He turned toward the elevator. "Oh, fuck me." "Exactly my plan," Carly said. Anger and the devil joined her on either side. Anne crawled in front of them on all fours. The ass of her PJs was torn open and blood stained her teeth, indicating that she'd had fun on both halves of the room. She licked her lips and yipped like a puppy. "We want your lucky charms, Bronson." She started to pant. "What the hell is going on here?" Kesha whispered in his ear. "It's called a party, you dumb bitch," the sad emoji said as she joined the others, blocking their escape. "You don't seem to like our treats, so how about a trick?"
She patted Anne's head, and the accountant sprang from the floor and charged, not at them, but past them. She barked wildly as she sprinted across the room and threw herself through the floor-to-ceiling window. Bronson spun and shoved Kesha ahead of him. Someone clapped their hands and another person whistled. The party animals stopped their recreation of the entire Kama Sutra and turned their attention to the fleeing couple. Across the room, the brawlers disengaged from one another in a similar fashion. "Stop them!" the interns shrieked in unison. Bronson spotted Hines' escape route, but Kesha was too far ahead of him to get her. He passed it and tried to catch up. The crotch of his pants ripped from his waddling gait, finally freeing up his movement. He stumbled and nearly fell into the middle of a disentangling gangbang, but turned it into a diving roll that looked mostly intentional. He regained his footing and followed Kesha down a corridor. The mob swarmed the narrow passage on their heels with makeshift weapons and swollen sex organs as the powers of the interns converged into an insatiable, bloodthirsty lust. "Where are the stairs?" Bronson shouted. "Here!" Kesha hit the crash bar and toppled through the doorway, nearly going over the guardrail beyond. Bronson spilled in behind her and pushed the door closed as fast as he could against the hydraulic hinge. The crowd pressed against the other side. The door started inward. Bronson put his feet on the guardrail to brace it. "Push harder," Kesha demanded. "Maybe if you hadn't stabbed me." "That's not fair. I don't even remember stabbing you." "You remember Esteban stabbing you, though," Bronson grumbled as the door started to open again. "Take off my belt." "Not this shit again," Kesha sighed. "Not for that," Bronson said in a strangled voice. "Tie the handle to the bracket up top to buy us time." "Oh." She did what she was told, and the door jutted open a few inches but held firm. Hands lashed through the gap. Bronson sidled past them, and the couple descended the stairs, only to be greeted on the next landing by Winslow. His cheap mustache dangled from the corner of his blue lips, and his bloodshot eyes stared up at the ceiling. Kesha prodded his chest with her foot, causing water to spurt from his mouth. "I think he drowned," she said. "In a fucking skyscraper?" Bronson shook his head. It was B. "Why are you so hung up on B? All this supernatural weirdness is happening, and you're getting jealous? You're the one that brought up Esteban," she said. "Were you possessed by an evil emoji at the time?" Bronson reached behind him and jerked the knife out of his shoulder. "This is not your fault. Cheating on me was. Right now, we have 38 flights of stairs to climb down, and all your coworkers are trying to kill us and fuck us in no particular order because they've been brainwashed by the sorority house of 1,000 corpses. So excuse the hell out of me, but we will talk about that shit later." The sound of the horde battering the door ceased. "Shit." Bronson held his breath. "That's bad." "Bad? They gave up. They're probably banging in the hall again. Or they're taking the elevator so they can get ahead of us. We need to get to the temple in the basement." "Temple?" Kesha raised an eyebrow. "What does Jerry's pet project have to do with this?" "Bronson, tell me what's going on." Bronson didn't bother. He was 2 flights down before she started running after him. They hit the 27th floor when a door banged open above them. A few wails let them know they were no longer alone in the stairwell. Bronson thought about the weight limit of the elevator. The possessed would have to come down in groups, meaning a longer delay in the waves as they got further down. A door broke open 2 floors below and they took the next exit, running out into the drafting department. No one was waiting for them. "We need to get to the elevators," Kesha said. "They're using it," Bronson reminded her. "We'll find a place to hide." "Only one elevator goes above the 13th, Kesha wheezed, leaning on a drawing desk to catch her breath. "We're below that. There are 4 more cars that go all the way to the lobby, and then we can get the hell out of here." "Okay, yeah, that's good." Bronson spotted the bank of elevators. "But we're not leaving." He pushed the call button and one of the elevators dinged.
They moved toward the parting doors when Robert Hart sprang on them. The geezer swung his hard hat, flooring Bronson with the first blow. He stood there with his flannel shirt open over his liver-spotted, saggy torso. His pants were gone, but he kept the costume's tool belt and work boots. A throbbing erection led the way as he stepped forward and put a domineering boot down on Bronson's chest. "Kesha," Hart growled. "I thought I was the boss around here, but it looks like you've given Bobby Jr. a raise." "Looks like he's still coming up short," she fired back. "Let's see if you still feel that way when we're finished. I even brought protection." He slipped the hard hat back onto his head. He took the hammer from his tool belt. "Maybe I'll nail you to one of these desks. I prefer my humps to stay Ah! A hammer fell from his hands as he rushed to grab the stump spurting among the silver pubic hair. He stumbled away and Bronson sat up, slapping the dismembered member away from him. Hart backed into the wall and slid down it. The hypersexual curse of the emoji kept pumping blood to the missing organ. The geriatric watched in horror as the nub twitched with the final drips of his life. "I guess you lost custody of Bobby Jr." Kesha stomped on the appendage and ground it into the carpet. Bronson picked up the hammer and held it up to the light. "Yeah, thought so," he said, showing it to Kesha. "See the blood?" "So what? We just left a riot upstairs," she said. Another elevator dinged, and the doors opened to an empty car. They jumped inside and pushed the button for the lobby as a gang of maniacs burst into the room. The doors closed and the car started down. They could hear the fists beating against steel above them. Bronson gave her the hammer. "The blood is dry," he said. "It's not from the party. It's from the pre-party him and Gleason threw." They rode down in silence. Bronson shucked off his costume, giving the coat to Kesha to cover her breasts. He peeled away the prosthetics last and glared at them mindfully. The elevator chimed at the lobby. The couple crossed to the maintenance door and descended down into the basement. 3 drowning victims in coveralls greeted them, but they didn't stop to examine the bodies. B had been there, which meant Bronson was right about the temple. Down in the sub-basement, salt water had flooded the area around the temple. Halogen lights illuminated the structure. B waited for them on the stone steps leading into the holy structure. Twin monoliths embedded with fossils of ancient sea life stood on either side of the entrance. Jack-o'-lanterns burned on the steps next to the scattered debris from Hart and Gleason's private party, including a discarded sad emoji costume. Bronson approached the secretary with his hands raised passively. "I know," he said softly. B looked at him curiously. She didn't stop him as he reached up and stroked her face, smudging the makeup and revealing the scaled flesh below. "You're not B," he told her. He tugged at the wig, pulling it away from the finned head. "I've done a lot of makeup and prosthetics. You did a really good job." The being stepped back and waved him into the temple. Kesha ran quickly to his side, but kept her eyes on the strange creature in the human costume. Its false eyes didn't blink as it watched them go by. Inside the temple, they found the first intern. Blood stained the wall where one of the degenerates had smashed her face against it. The angry emoji still had her costume on, but her head was a different story. A replica Roman dagger laid in a gory pool next to her. Sadness was slumped in the corner of the next room, wearing only her bra wrapped tightly around her throat. They entered the sacrificial chamber of the people that worship the sea, and found the girl dressed like the ocean sprawled on the altar in the center of the room. A mosaic of shells and colored stones showed the creatures coming out of the waves to meet the chieftains of the ancient civilization. A worn, barely identifiable statue of a humanoid fish held an outstretched arm over the sacrifice. The other limb had broken off long before. Bronson walked on to the raised ring that surrounded the table.
Bits of skull were indistinguishable from the broken seashells in Bee's bloody hair. Hart's hammer had reduced her face to a caved-in pulp. A flash drew Bronson's attention to the corner of the room. Gerard Hind puffed a cigarette to life and let the lighter go out. "Where's Gleason?" Bronson asked. Hind blew a spear of smoke from the corner of his mouth. He chewed the air, trying to find words that tasted right. "Where is he?" Bronson shouted. "Here," the voice whimpered. "I'm here." Bronson looked around, then up. Above them, Gleason dangled from his wrists like bait on a hook. Bronson looked at the massive CEO, who gave him a simple shrug instead of an answer. The fake Bee entered the chamber. She peeled away her dress, revealing her mottled, platinum scales. "These are their gods," Hind explained. "Or their devils. Can't have one without the other, really. A sacrifice was made here." "And a prayer was answered," the fish person said. "Apparently they're not big on subtlety," Hind said. "Bee asked for vengeance, and that's what she got." "Not entirely," the entity corrected him. "We didn't do anything to her!" Kesha cleared her throat and lowered her voice. "I mean, all the rest of us were innocent." "No, we're not," Hind said. "We all knew what a lecherous piece of shit Robert was. He's been using his position to force himself on women for years, and we've all made it into a joke. He became a cliché old pervert that everyone made fun of around the water cooler, while he went on doing whatever he wanted." "A malignancy starts small and spreads," the ancient creature said, joining Bronson and Hind next to Bee's body. "Robert Hart became emboldened by your apathy. He did this because you did nothing." "So, what happens now?" Bronson asked. "You chose not to flee. You cared for this stranger." The being rested a webbed hand on Bee's mauled face. "You may leave this place." I care about people. All of them," Bronson corrected the deity, "including the ones that haven't been killed upstairs. I want everyone to leave." The thing glared at him curiously. "Everyone?" "Well, not that motherfucker," Bronson pointed up to the suspended Gleason. "He can die." "Agreeable terms, but only if you are prepared to make a trade." Bronson thought about it. He turned to Kesha and took the hammer from her shaking hands. He stepped around the altar and presented it to the aquatic overlord. "I killed the other one, the one that did this," he said. "Neither he or this weapon will ever hurt anyone ever again. This is what I have to trade." "Not good enough." The being stroked Bee's hair and gingerly lifted one of the auger shell earrings. It worked the hook from her lobe. "You ask for many lives and bring me only one." "Two," Bronson said, sharper than he meant. "No way, pal," Hind chimed. "I caught that twerp." "The two of you will become our priests." The creature seized Bronson by the back of the neck and forced the earring through his lobe. "This will be the symbol of our pact." Hind leaned on the altar so Bronson could see the other shell dangling from his ear. "This sacred day you call Halloween," the creature continued. "It is now our sacred day. You will bring me more like Robert Hart and Philip Gleason. You will split their chests and give their black hearts unto us. This is the trade for everyone." "That's it?" Bronson molded around for a half a second and nodded. "Deal." "Now I feel bad," Hind said. "I didn't even ask them to let the rest of you go before I agreed." "Dick," Kesha hissed. "We're going to head out now," Bronson said. He patted the fish god on the shoulder and tried not to gag at the clammy, moist texture. Happy Halloween. Not yet. It caught him by the wrist. There is still one matter. A shimmering body slithered through the shadows at the base of the mosaic. Heavy, thick skin scraped stone as it moved around the room. The elongated fin cast a fluttering shadow in the work lights. A bulbous, yellow eye shined a moment before the thing sprang from the darkness. The 30-foot eel tilted its head and clamped down on Gleason's kicking legs. The monster tore the appendages away with its dual set of jaws. It snapped down for another bite, leaving only the bounded hands still dangling overhead as it retreated out of the temple and into the building's sub-basement. The three humans exchanged shocked glances. The deity clapped Bronson on the shoulder. Its maw spread to reveal dozens of serrated teeth in a gesture Bronson recognized as its terrifying attempt to smile.
"See you next year, priest,"
it said, and started out of the chamber. It paused in the doorway.
"I forgot my manners. Happy Halloween to you as well."
And that is our October nightcap. For now, my spookies. Candy wrappers are strewn about. The moon is still a little sketchy, and the shadows are closer than before. If you had a wicked time, make sure you're subscribed on your favorite podcasting app to get Halloween all year long. And if you love what we're doing, head to weeklyspooky.com/join and get bonus episodes for as little as $1 a month. And don't forget, tomorrow, a brand new horror story claws its way into your feed. And next Tuesday, we'll return with another spine-tingling Halloween horror compilation to keep you shivering in your pumpkin spice latte. And leave us a review on your favorite podcasting app, whether it's Apple Podcasts or Spotify, to help us in a way that doesn't cost you anything. A 5-star rating helps other spookies discover the show and make sure they get in the spirit of the season. Until tomorrow, lock the doors, check the closets, and keep a little handy by the bed, just in case.